Gentlemen, my name is Sumati Permal and I am a research fellow with the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to the 45th Annual Conference on Ocean Law and Policy, UNCLOS at 40. I would like to welcome the host and the co-host of the 45th COP who have joined us today. Dr. Sabirin Jafar, Director General of Maritime Institute of Malaysia, Professor James Kraska, Chairman of the Stockton Center for International Law, U.S. Naval War College, Dr. Jong Dok Kim, President of Korean Maritime Institute, and Dr. Cleopatra Dumbai Henry, President of World Maritime University. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are adapting to a new normal characterized by restricted movement and limited physical and social interaction, this conference is conducted in a virtual format in alignment with the standard operating procedures implemented by the government. Our international speakers are joining us today through online platform across different continents. To begin with, we have the privilege of having Dr. Sabirin Jafar, Director General of Maritime Institute of Malaysia, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Dr. Sabirin, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Sumati. Yang berbahagia Datuk Isham Ishak, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transport Malaysia, Professor James Kraska, Chairman of the Stockton Center for International Law, Dr. Jong Dok Kim, President of the Korea Maritime Institute, Dr. Cleopatra Dumbai Henry, President of the World Maritime University, honorable moderators, speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. The Maritime Institute of Malaysia, or MIMA, and the Stockton Center for International Law at the United States Naval War College are honored to welcome you to the 45th Annual Conference on Oceans Law and Policy, theme UNCLOS at 40. MIMA is honored to be the co-host of the 45th COLP that is also supported by the World Maritime University and Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute and the Korea Maritime Institute, the Center for International Law of the National University of Singapore, the National Center for the Sea and Maritime Law, or the HUKAM from Turkey, and the Japan Institute of International Affairs. We would like to thank those joining us from all around the world in different time zones. I hope you will receive valuable insight from our eminent speakers and benefit from the discussions at this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now seeing optimistic signs of the regression of the pandemic. The 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, provides an overarching legal framework and governs all the activities in the world's oceans and seas. This year, UNCLOS 1982 celebrates its 40th anniversary of becoming the legal foundation for the Global Maritime Rules Theme Order, rules-based order, which is essential to ensure a peaceful and stable maritime domain. The maritime sector is a source of food and livelihood for many, especially in Southeast Asia. Therefore, it is crucial to uphold the rule of international law, such as UNCLOS 1982, to tackle threats posed by illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IIU fishing, global warming and climate change, and the COVID-19 pandemic that dampens maritime economic activities. Today's forum provides a platform to discuss the challenges faced by states to ensure a sustainable ocean economy guided by international law and regulations. Furthermore, as the world continues to get more interconnected through the use of the internet and vital underwater submarine cables, the rapid digitalization of the maritime industry faces new cybersecurity challenges, indicating the need to strengthen cybersecurity governance and risk management practices with international regulation and guidelines. Thus, I am keen to hear proposals and how states can collaborate, and if there is a need to update existing laws to address maritime cybersecurity challenges. Finally, I wish to thank the conference co-host, the Stockton Center for International Law at the United States Naval War College, and all the other supporters who have contributed directly and indirectly towards shaping the discourse on oceans law and policy. The Maritime Institute of Malaysia pledges to contribute to this effort by moving together with think tanks and institutions around the world to accomplish our vision and mission as a policy research institute addressing vital national, regional, and global maritime affairs, including in ocean governance based on international law. With that, I thank you for your participation. I look forward to the volume and breadth of deliberation and take this opportunity to wish success for the conference.
Thank you, that was Dr. Sabirin Jafar. May I now invite Professor James Kraska, Chairman of the Stockton Center for International Law, U.S. Naval War College, for his remarks. Professor Kraska.
Thank you, Sumati, and hello, everyone. The Conference on Oceans Law and Policy was founded more than 4 decades ago by my mentor, John Norton Moore, and Myron Nordquist. They participated in the negotiations at the UN conference, the 3rd UN Conference on the Law of the Sea. Moore was U.S. Ambassador representing the United States. And since then, the annual conference has been co-hosted by a number of organizations, including the Food and Agricultural Organization in Rome, the International Seabed Authority in Jamaica, the International Maritime Organization in London, International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea in Hamburg, and foreign ministries in Indonesia and China, as well as the UN Division on Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea, and other institutions, including the Korea Maritime Institute, World Maritime University, Japan Institute of International Affairs, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and others. And this year, I'm delighted especially to be able to partner with Dato Muhammad Sufian bin Awang, the chairman of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, and Dr. Sabirin Jafar, the Director General of MEMA. Also, thank very much the co-sponsorship of Dr. Jong Dong Kim, President of Korea Maritime Institute, and Dr. Young Kil Park, the Director of Korea Maritime Institute's Law of the Sea Research Center. Also have a special thanks for the support from Dr. Cleopatra Dumbia Henry, President of World Maritime University, and Dr. Ronan Long, who's the Director of the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. Also want to thank the special, just a few of the special guests that we have, Excellencies Judge Haidar, Vice President of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, and Judge Pike, who will join us later, also of UNCLOS, and Professors Nilofer Oral and Bob Beckman at National University of Singapore, and Michael Lodge, the Secretary General of the International Seabed Authority. The Stockton Center has a long commitment to develop the rule of law in the oceans. When the institution was established in the late 19th century, there was a general order on the curriculum that would be taught at the Naval War College. And it started out with only 2 courses of study. The first was strategy, and the second was international law, because these 2 are intertwined to maintain stability and prosperity in the oceans and throughout the world. And they're so important today for our shared values of sustainable development, protection of the marine environment, and rule of law. In 1895, the Naval War College began publication of International Law Studies, which is now the oldest journal of international law in the United States. The very first class at the Naval War College that was ever taught was actually in international law, not in strategy. Since then, we've been able to host a number of visiting professors that are prominent in the field of law and international law, including Hans Kelsen, Ivan Shearer, Wolf von Heinig, Joram Dinstein, and many others. We have civilian professors as well as military judge advocates from the Coast Guard, the Marine Corps, and the Navy. And we are especially pleased to be able to co-host this 45th annual conference, which assesses UNCLOS on its 40th anniversary. Thank you for your participation, and we expect that while this is a virtual event, there is no more impressive lineup in the world of thinkers and leaders on the law of the sea and oceans law and policy. We hope you will remain engaged with us this year as we plan to move forward with an in-person event in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kraska. Can we now move on to request Dr. Jong Gyok Kim, President of the Korean Maritime Institute, to deliver his remarks. Do we have the audio by Professor?
Jason, could you play the recordings?
Jessalyn, audio though.
Alif audio. Alif, I think you need to unmute yourself.
I don't hear audio from President Kim.
Just give us a few seconds. We are trying to sort out the audio of the speech. We apologize for the technical glitch, and we tried our best to put the audio on.
It was on for a moment.
Maybe we can replay the audio in our
Ladies
full
and
recording.
gentlemen, hello. I'm Jong-duk Kim, President of the Korea Maritime Institute. Congratulations on the 45th Annual Conference on Oceans Law and Policy. Let me begin by extending my heartfelt gratitude to Professor James Klaska of the U.S. Naval War College and Chairman Dato Mohammed Supian bin Awang of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia for their strenuous efforts to make this event a success despite the challenges of the COVID pandemic. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the main host, the Stockton Center for International Law, as well as the co-organizers, including the World Maritime University, for their unsparing support for this conference. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Cleopatra Dumbia Angni, President of the World Maritime University, who will share a few words shortly, and all participants calling in to celebrate the hosting of this conference. CORP has fulfilled its role as a leading platform for building an international maritime order that is based on the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and exchanging academic views among law of the sea experts. Ever since its first conference, which predates the 1982 adoption of UNCLOS by 5 years, CORP has contributed in no small part to the development of the law of the sea by covering various relevant issues. Furthermore, CORP has provided opportunities for many law of the sea experts, international organizations, and research institutes to engage in active exchange and cooperation. For young researchers, CORP has established it as a gateway to the path of becoming an expert in the law of the sea. Since its first participation in CORP in Bali, Indonesia in 2011, the KMI has co-organized this event every year and served as the host in Seoul in 2013. Through CORP, the KMI was able to build and expand cooperative relations with countless law of the sea experts, international organizations, and research institutes. I would like to take this opportunity to thank CORP for the journey it shared with the KMI over the past 12 years. Distinguished guests, this year marks the 40th anniversary of the adoption of the UNCLOS, which has inarguably played a pivotal role in building a peaceful international maritime order. Meanwhile, we now face many new challenges that are unforeseeable 40 years ago. In particular, cutting-edge technologies, including AI and blockchain, are causing industries as they are applied to the marine sectors in the form of the autonomous vessels and smart port system. Moreover, the climate crisis, such as sea level rise, manifests itself most severely in the oceans. Marine plastic litter goes beyond polluting the ocean and poses a threat to human health. The law of the sea, in its current state, however, does not properly reflect the changing marine environment or adequately manage and resolve new challenges. These shortcomings also mean that the law of the sea experts and research institute on this core have a very important role to play in addressing these challenges. I look forward to gathering your wisdom over the next 3 days of the conference. I would also like to propose that research institute joining this conference gather together aside from today's meeting to engage in deep discussion and cooperation to resolve the maritime challenges we face. The KMI stands ready to do its utmost wherever needed. As the only comprehensive maritime policy think tank under the Prime Minister's Office of the Republic of Korea, the KMI has 350 experts whose research areas cover policies in maritime, fisheries, shipping, port, and logistics sectors. Based on our belief that comprehensive understanding, balance, and mutual cooperation are most important in addressing law of the sea issues, the KMI strives to promote cooperation with law of the sea experts. For instance, the KMI hosts an annual conference on the law of the sea called the Global Ocean Regime Conference and undertakes various research cooperation with institutions and individuals overseas, including UNCLOS. The KMI has also been hosting the Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea every year since 2014 with government support to reinforce law of the sea capacity in developing nations. So far, the Academy has produced nearly 400 graduates, many of whom currently perform key roles in bolstering the maritime power of their home countries. I am delighted that the achievement of the Yeosu Academy will be presented in the capacity building in the law of the sea session this year. Going forward, the KMI will continue to expand international cooperation and endeavors to boost capacity for the development of the law of the sea and the peaceful settlement of an international maritime order. In closing, I wish you 3 days of the fruitful presentations and discussions, and I express my deep appreciation to the Maritime Institute of Malaysia for putting in so much hard work to make these events possible. Stay healthy, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jong Kim. We apologize for the technical glitch, but I'm glad that we have resumed. Last but not least, for the opening session, I would like to welcome Dr. Cleopatra Dumbai Henry, President of World Maritime University, to say a few words. Dr. Cleopatra.
Well, Doctor, you're muted. Can you unmute?
Thank you very much. My apologies. So I want to begin again. Professor James Kraska, the director of the Stockton Center for International Law at the U.S. Naval War College, Dr. Sabrin Jafar, Director General of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia. Let me just say, to make it short, all protocols observed without exception. Distinguished moderators, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as president of the World Maritime University, I am delighted to help open this 45th annual conference on oceans law and policy devoted to the remarkable theme, UNCLOS at 40. This is a tremendous achievement. First and foremost, we are very pleased that the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute, under the leadership of our director, Professor Ronan Long, is a co-organizer and a co-convener of this year's conference. Over the last 45 years, the strength of this conference has been that it brings together the world's top experts in ocean law, policy, and governance. The meeting is, however, unique in that it bridges disciplines and institutions concerned with ocean governance, bringing together lawyers, scientists, and other experts spanning intergovernmental organizations, industry, and non-governmental organizations, as well as academia. This is borne out by the exceptionally strong multidisciplinary and trans-sector conference. This program over the next 3 days. You have a lot of work to do. A further highly attractive feature of the conference and its program is that it features numerous early career researchers and scholars, as well as having paid strong attention to ensuring gender balance. And I'm happy to see a number of women attending this event. I salute the conference organizers on achieving success on both of these aspects. All of this means that we can anticipate an exciting series of papers and debates ahead in the next 2 days, as well as an important opportunity to exchange ideas and to foster collaboration with representatives of the conference co-sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to say a few words about our wonderful hosts. We at WMU are delighted to partnering with our colleagues in Malaysia in particular. WMU has a long-standing and very deep links with Malaysia, which is a vitally important and staunch supporter of the university and its capacity building mission, particularly for developing countries. We only regret that this conference is only hosted virtually, as we would have, under normal circumstances, been able to fully enjoy visiting this beautiful country, this vibrant city in Kuala Lumpur, and experiencing the great and generous hospitality of its people. I would like to thank you and to pay tribute to our former co-organizer, someone whom we all respect and adore, Dr. Professor Myron Nordquist of the University of Virginia Law School. For over 4 decades, the Center for Oceans Law and Policy at the University of Virginia was synonymous with ocean law and policy scholarship, as showcased through its annual conference. The mantle for organizing this prestigious event in the global ocean calendar has now passed on to another of our friends and collaborators, Professor James Kraska, Director of the Stockton Center of International Law at the United States Naval War College. There could possibly not be a better steward for the annual conference, and we are delighted to note that Myron has joined the Stockton Center as a distinguished fellow set to remain involved in this valuable endeavor. The theme of this year's conference is one that is truly remarkable. UNCLOS at 40. What a celebration, but so much more ahead to be done. The UN Conference on the Law of the Sea is undoubtedly the crucial framework for governance of the global ocean. It has attracted 167 member states of the UN, in addition to the European Union. This is impressive when one considers that there are only 152 coastal states, which are United Nations member states. So the breadth and the reach is far. Indeed, even states that are not parties to the convention, such as United States of America, are in line with many of the provisions of UNCLOS, especially when they reflect customary international law. Ladies and gentlemen, UNCLOS remains a remarkable achievement in international law. It is supplemented by two very important implementation agreements on seabed mining and on straddling and high migratory fish stocks. Indeed, I am delighted that our faculty and our students from the WMU are actively engaged in the ongoing negotiations taking place at the UN headquarters in New York relating to the internationally legally binding instrument on the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, the BBNJ agreement. We wish the negotiators every success in bringing this process to a successful conclusion. It is only fair to say that UNCLOS is not flawless. Unsurprisingly, for a multilateral treaty decided on through consensus, there are aspects of the convention that are open to interpretation, and there are enduring issues of concern such as overfishing, and which is an issue and a concern of which all of us should have, the depletion of our fish stocks. It is also the case that the world has moved on past the 4 decades with major challenges that we were not considered, that we did not expect or were not considered at the time UNCLOS was drafted. And this includes the impact of climate change on the oceans, which is inarguably today the most daunting challenges the world faces. At WMU, and particularly through the WMU Sazaklawa Global Ocean Institute, the GOI, we are undertaking multiple interdisciplinary, challenge-based applied research projects addressing enduring and emergent issues in ocean governance that will be touched on during this meeting. These initiatives include research on the following topics: gender empowerment for the Decade of Ocean Science, which is funded by the Government of Canada at WMU; land to ocean leadership, which is funded by SWAM in Sweden and by Germany; marine debris in the Eastern Caribbean, which is funded by the Nippon Foundation in Japan; robotics and automated inspection of ship's hull, which is funded by the European Union. All of our projects are being delivered by our PhD students and our postdoctoral scholars from the Global South. This is an incredible achievement. I come from the Global South myself, and I can say that putting that as a top priority is something that will have huge impact for the future of the oceans. All of our projects are delivered by our PhD students, as I indicated. I wish to thank all our sponsors for their ongoing support of the university and for our programs. We are looking forward to the impact that all our actions will have as we move forward. Looking at the impact of sea level rise on baselines, the limits and international maritime boundaries, including those of archipelagic and small island developing states, as well as the challenges posed to the peaceful resolution of maritime boundary disputes, which represent a long-standing concern both in the East and Southeast Asian seas. At WMU, we are actively engaged in research, both to address concerns such as the scourge of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, IUU fishing. These activities have been funded by the government of Korea, and we are very, very, very pleased for that support. Honored guests, we are all aware of the vital importance of conservation and the sustainable use of the ocean, as well as our collective achievement of the targets set on the goal 14 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is life below water. This is central to the mission of WMU more widely. Also, Goal 4 on quality education, Goal 5 on gender equality, and Goal 13 on climate action. These issues, the key global issues of our time, should be dear to all of our hearts. This underscores the fact that no one sustainable development goal can be achieved in isolation. And in this context, the context of this particular conference, we would also like to emphasize the importance of goals 16 and 17 of the UN SDGs, devoted to peace, to justice, and strong institutions, as well as to partnerships. We look forward to partnering with you over the next few days with a view to addressing these urgent challenges in a constructive fashion within the framework of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and its agenda. And finally, I wish to acknowledge, and most especially to do so by thanking the Nippon Foundation that sponsors much of our excellent work that we do at the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute and in the university more widely. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a job to do. We have a role to play. When we together can make an impact, but only if we are jointly going in the same direction and ensuring that more voices are heard today than ever before. I wish you the best of luck for our deliberations, and I look forward to the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cleopatra, for the very encouraging remarks. Before we start with the keynote session, I would like to invite all our guests and speakers today for a group photo. May everyone please turn on their cameras and smile at the count of 3. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right now we have about 300, more than 300 participants joining us to listen to this important proceeding of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the Conference of Ocean Law and Policy brings together so many some of the most monumental figures in ocean law and policy. To begin with, we are honored to have with us Honorable Secretary General of the Ministry of Transport Malaysia, Dato' Hisham Iqmal, to deliver the keynote welcome on the 45th Annual Conference on Ocean Law and Policy, UNCLOS at 40. Please welcome Secretary General Dato' Hisham Iqmal.
Datuk Muhammad Sufian Awang, Chairman of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, Datuk Dr. Sabirin Jaafar, Director General of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, Professor James Kraska, Chairman of the Stockton Centre for International Law, Dr. Jong Dok Kim, President of the Korea Maritime Institute, Dr. Cleopatra Dambia Henry, President of the World Maritime University, Honorable moderators, speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all conference moderators, speakers, and the participants to this 45th Annual Conference on Oceans Law and Policy. The conference with the theme UNCLOS at 40 is the world's preeminent international maritime law meeting. And this year, I am pleased that the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, or MIMA, is hosting this significant conference alongside distinguished co-sponsors. It demonstrates Malaysia's vital role in the formulation and discussion on policies on international law in the maritime domain. The conference's focus on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, 40 years on, is indeed timely and I'm honored to be invited to address the august audience far and wide. Malaysia signed the convention when it was adopted in 1982 and became a state party to the 1982 convention when we ratified the convention in October 1996. The convention, which also referred as the Constitution of the Ocean, has for all these years remained a doctrine and the main beacon of reference of all activities in the world's oceans and life below the sea. It should be promoted as the primary base of interaction between states when it comes to issues and disputes in the maritime domain. Malaysia continues to uphold the principles enshrined in the convention and has enacted domestic legislation to enforce the rule of international law in our waters. The convention is a significant document that regulates almost every aspect of the use and resources of the sea, which in turn contributes Malaysia's maritime development to strengthening interactions, communication, and cooperation between states and the users of the commons. Under Article 94, duties of the flag state, Malaysia, through Ministry of Transport, is responsible to have in place an adequate and effective system to exercise control over ships entitled to fly their flag and to ensure that they comply with relevant international rules and regulations. The International Maritime Organization, or IMO, has a mandate as a global legislative entity to further regulate maritime issues on the basis of many of its provisions. To date, Malaysia has ratified 26 of the 58 IMO conventions as part of responsibility to ensure vessel seaworthy. Today, the ocean faces a number of challenges in governance with all the complexity and paradox faced on land. More than 3/4 of the Malaysian population today live in or near coastal regions. Marine life and vital coastal habitats are straining under the increasing pressure of deteriorating seawater quality. Malaysia has a considerable stake in the ocean. Thus, a maritime nation needs to develop maritime policies and institutional and legal frameworks to developing a comprehensive ocean governance. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is committed to keeping our maritime zones safe and secure for international transport, international trade, and other ocean-related issues. The safety and security of the Straits of Malacca and the South China Sea are vital for national, regional, and international shipping. The South China Sea is becoming increasingly vital, not just in terms of defense strategy, but also in terms of the country's economic development. In the Asia-Pacific region, the potential for growth in the maritime transport industry is very promising. Malaysia, together with its neighbors Singapore and Indonesia, have established cooperative mechanisms in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore to ensure the safety of navigation among the world's busiest straits used for international shipping. The Malacca Straits Patrol has been recognized as a successful cooperation model among littoral states, as advocated in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Cooperative Forum provides a platform for stakeholders, including user states and the leaders of the shipping industry, to engage and contribute towards efforts to maintaining the safety of navigation and the protection of the marine environment. The economic contribution from marine natural resources and ocean industries has been rising in importance, particularly with the growth of oil and gas and ports and shipping industries. More than 50% of the country's GDP is generated through maritime foreign trade and the fishing industry. The economic value of Malaysia's maritime sector is generated by a wide range of economics and resource use activities, including shipping and maritime transport, marine fisheries, marine tourism, mining, education, energy, marine engineering, and biotechnology. Malaysia sees illegal, unregulated, and unreported, or IUU, fishing as a threat that requires a coordinated national response. Thus, Malaysia had formulated the National Action Plan to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing in accordance with the United Nations Food Agriculture Organization's Plan of Actions on IUU. Despite this solid legal and policy framework, we cannot face this threat alone, as the problem is multifaceted and cross borders in nature. Malaysia encourages the use of sustainability energy to support the country's growth. The government takes the lead in establishing a sustainable consumption and production approach in prominent sectors, including infrastructure and transportation. Our measures include greening of industries to address environmental pollution and conserve biodiversity and its ecosystems. We have developed a structured policy for the long term to harvest renewable energy. The National Renewable Energy Policy and Action Plan identifies the need and rationale for convergence of energy, industrial growth, environmental and information dissemination policies. Malaysia intends to reduce its greenhouse emissions intensity of GDP by 45% by 2030, relative to the emissions intensity of GDP in 2005. Malaysia, together with other like-minded countries, believe that we need to pursue a coordinated and integrated approach to face ocean-related issues, including addressing the decline of the health of the oceans. The warming and acidification of our oceans has had an unequal impact to low-lying coastal states and small island developing states. Sea level rise, which has been one of the key features of the impact of climate change, is a major challenge to countries like Malaysia. In this respect, the exchange of ideas among think tanks provide valuable insight towards that direction in addressing the multifaceted issues as listed in the conference agenda. Amidst the unprecedented challenges and socio-economic impact brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, the pandemic offers an opportunity to revive the ocean and commitment to maintaining and promoting peace, security, and stability in the region in accordance with the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. Finally, I am sure that we will all benefit from the views and presentations of the international experts today. Once again, I'm delighted to be part of this significant event and wish you all a productive discussion. On that note, I now have much pleasure in declaring this 45th Annual Conference on Oceans Law and Policy, or UNCLOS at 40, open. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary General Dato' Hisham Hishab. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session of the conference entitled Overcoming the Threat of IUU Fishing. To our audience members today, if you have any questions for our speakers or even for our moderators, please use the Q&A feature so that our panel can address them. I'm pleased to present our first moderator, Professor Stuart Key, to moderate the first session. Let me introduce very briefly the moderator. Professor Stuart Key is the Director and Distinguished Professor of Law at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resource and Security, University of Wollongong. Prior to this, he was the Dean and Winthrop Professor of Law at the University of Western Australia between 2010 and 2013, and the Dean of Law at the University of Wollongong between 2002 and 2006. He holds a degree in Arts and Law from University of Sydney, winning the Graduate Associate Medal and a doctorate in Law from Dalhousie University. He was the chair of the Australian National Humanitarian Law Committee from 2003 to 2009, for which he was awarded the Australian Red Cross Society Distinguished Service Medal. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society in 2007 and the Australian Academy of Law in 2011. Professor Stuart Key, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and I'm delighted to moderate the second session of this wonderful conference, which, as we've heard, is even as remarkable as it is that the Law of the Sea Convention is turning 40, that this is the 45th annual conference on ocean law and policy. So very well done to all concerned. It's appropriate that the first session that we have with speakers presenting their papers is one concerned with illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. Perhaps the most prescribed area of regulation within the Law of the Sea Convention is with respect to fisheries. The bulk of the provisions dealing with the exclusive economic zone are directed towards what action states can take and what conservation measures are possible. And yet, even though these prescriptive measures were present in the convention, it was apparent even before it entered into force that further modification and additional work was going to be needed in the form of instruments such as the compliance agreement or the UN fish stocks agreement, as well as a host of other measures, both soft and hard law. We're very fortunate to have three excellent speakers who can speak to these the area of IUU fishing and combating it in great detail. And their topics vary across the scope of discussion, which should make for an interesting and engaging session. I'll introduce each in turn, and when they're done, there'll be the opportunity for question and answer at the end of the session. Our first speaker is Dr. Aaron Honeyball of the Max Planck Foundation for International Peace and the Rule of Law. Dr. Honeyball is a leading scholar in the law of the sea. His PhD, which he completed at Utrecht University, makes him particularly appropriate to talk of the subject of IUU fishing, in that there was focus in that work in relation to port state measures. One of the more recent ways the international community has sought to rein in IUU fishing. His topic for the presentation is Nationals at 40, from an undefined UNCLOS term to due diligence obligations on the state of nationality to combat IUU fishing. I'm very happy to hand over to Dr. Honeyball.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Stuart, for that very kind introduction. I hope you can all hear me okay. I'm just going to try sharing my screen and make sure that also works. Everyone can see that okay? Perfect. Okay, so thank you. Pleasure to be here. Excellencies, distinguished chairs, panelists, and audience members, colleagues and new acquaintances. It is a real pleasure to have had the opportunity to learn from the other discussants and now offer a few thoughts on how the state of nationality has evolved in international fisheries law, from holding great potential to being a significant player and arguably subject to increasingly clear obligations. Of course, here when I refer to the state of nationality, I mean the regulation of natural and legal persons enjoying the nationality or permanent residence of the state in question, and not flag states. This includes vessel owners, operators, and effective beneficiaries, and at times can extend to regulating providers of logistics and other services. Now, before we delve into the practice and the imposition of duties, it is important to lay a few foundations so that we are all on the same page as to existing rights and scholarship. So some of you may have seen this publication last year, which focused on the EU carding practices and the responses of Asian states. Here, the EU practice does suggest that there are obligations upon the state of nationality in respect of combating IUU fishing, but for legal, political, and practical reasons, and in contrast to its practice on flag states, coastal states, and port states, the EU often does not detail the specific provisions or sources of this duty in international law. Furthermore, these are only the views of a few among the many that are needed to reach a shared interpretation of international law. So in this presentation and publication, Valentin and I will seek to zoom out and provide an expose of how the state of a nationality has evolved in terms of the obligations to act and the exercise of jurisdiction post-UNCLOS. So just in terms of our assumptions, first, the regulation of nationals involved with a foreign flag vessel is based on the customary active personality principle and is undisputed as at least a discretionary right. Many authors, including today's moderator, have recognized its potential in regulating fisheries, and many states regulate their nationals at sea in one form or another. So if we think of a hypothetical fishing vessel in the EEZ, we know that this might be directly or indirectly regulated concurrently by, first we have the coastal state, then we have the flag states, the port states, the market states, and the states of nationality. Second, I'm going to be referring to IUU fishing as described in the FAO's International Plan of Action, and supporting IUU fishing as also including fishing-related activities as defined in the Port State Measures Agreement. And then third, just for the avoidance of doubt, UNCLOS does not impose any applicable limitations on jurisdiction. For example, some language used in recent jurisprudence on Article 92 might have given this impression, but if we delve into the Enrique Lexie Award, it's interesting to note that the tribunal referred to Italy resuming its criminal jurisdiction investigation. The Italian Penal Code provisions in question were an exercise of nationality-based jurisdiction over the Marines at sea, which was not codified in UNCLOS or any other treaty, but perfectly lawful. So building on this long recognized potential by other authors, we will see today that UNCLOS has been subjected to broadening interpretations as a matter of obligation, and that this is supported by developments in international fisheries law at both the global and regional levels. We'll end with some conclusions on the way forward. So to begin, UNCLOS does not include any express provisions on IUU fishing, let alone obligations on the state of nationality. Nonetheless, it is the general provisions and the usual suspects which have provided an opportunity for broadening and deepening interpretation. In general, Articles 117 and 192 are most relevant and reproduced on the slide. Concerning illegal fishing in foreign maritime zones, which Stuart just mentioned in the introduction, Articles 58 and 62 are directly relevant. And then finally of note, Articles 63 and 64 of UNCLOS, as well as Article 7 of the UN Fish Stocks Agreement, when detailing the duty to cooperate in the conservation and management of straddling or highly migratory fish stocks, once again concerns, among others, states whose nationals fish for such stocks. Now, as both instruments refer to obligations concerning one's nationals without defining that term, competing interpretations may arise as to whether this extends beyond the clear-cut flag state obligations. So conservatively, the UNCLOS drafting history suggests a continuation of thinking on flag states. But however, this is not an insurmountable barrier to a living interpretation, because in contrast to the earlier 1958 Convention on Fishing, which did define nationals as vessels, the drafters of UNCLOS left the term undefined. Likewise, provisions such as Article 117 expressly apply to all states and not just flag states. Secondly, we have directly relevant restrictive declarations, which were made by a number of European states when joining the Fish Stocks Agreement. However, again, the jurisdiction over nationals was and remains nothing new. The contemporary practice of the European Union and the member states in question explicitly includes the regulation of nationals involved in IUU fishing, and this includes within the EU's IUU regulation. So these declarations do not appear to reflect their current position. The only remaining spoke in the wheel is my home state of the United Kingdom, which has repeated this position in 2020 following Brexit. I do not know the thinking behind this declaration, but the UK does regulate its nationals abroad and does not include any exception if offences are committed on foreign vessels. So having countered those possible objections, one can first note that the EU is not alone in suggesting the duty to combat IUU fishing extends to the state of nationality. The United States has also raised the regulation of nationals when identifying IUU fishing states within its own trade measures schemes. Furthermore, the written submissions of the European Union, New Zealand, the UN Secretary General, the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, and WWF to the SRFC advisory opinion all attempt to interpret the broad language of UNCLOS in the light of subsequent practice so as to demonstrate a due diligence obligation upon the state of nationality concerning nationals involved in IUU fishing. And New Zealand itself also interpreted Article 7 of the UN Fish Stocks Agreement as including the state of nationality. Then if we turn to that jurisprudence, the tribunal in the SRFC advisory opinion was asked about flag state obligations, and during round 2 of the written submissions, some argued that the state of nationality was beyond its scope. Nonetheless, while hesitant, the tribunal did comment on regulating nationals as separately referring to nationals and vessels, stating that it follows from Articles 58, 62, and 192 of UNCLOS that flag states are obliged to take the necessary measures to ensure that their nationals and vessels flying their flag are not engaged in IUU fishing activities. Now, we are not alone in noticing this point, and indeed, if you look at the Philippines submission in the South China Sea arbitration, it states, taking these findings and applying them to the present dispute, we say that China has a responsibility to ensure that its nationals and vessels do not engage in fishing within the Philippines EEZ. The arbitral tribunal itself then in the South China Sea award confirmed that Articles 58, 62, and 192 impose international legal obligations with respect to the activity of nationals, albeit then subsequently focusing on flag state obligations when it came to implementation. So these interpretations at the global level are then supported by further non-binding expressions. So the annual UN General Assembly resolutions on sustainable fisheries, which are expressly linked to the implementation of UNCLOS and the Fish Stocks Agreement, frequently reiterate the need to prescribe and enforce measures for nationals engaged in or supporting IUU fishing wherever it occurs. Recent iterations of this resolution have also promoted regional guidelines on enforcement against nationals involved in IUU fishing, and I think this is from 2019 onwards. And then finally, many delegations at the review conferences of the Fish Stocks Agreement have called for further action, cooperation and implementation by states concerning control over the fishing activities of their nationals and to strengthen domestic or other mechanisms for identifying and deterring nationals and beneficial owners from engaging in IUU fishing activities. This explicitly includes the responsibilities for nationals aboard foreign flag vessels, as well as aboard stateless vessels. So international fisheries law has seen monumental developments and consolidation since UNCLOS, especially since the Fish Stocks Agreement. Unfortunately, the developments concerning the state of nationality at the global level have largely been relegated to soft law. That's not to say evolution has not occurred. So if we begin with the compliance agreement, a draft provision on deterring nationals from reflagging vessels didn't make it into the final text, but it is still found within the preamble. Furthermore, its general references to the duty to regulate nationals should be understood in a manner similar to UNCLOS. So if we adopt the broadening interpretation of nationals in UNCLOS, that would equally apply to the compliance agreement itself. Then we have the Port State Measures Agreement, which is the first binding instrument adopted since the International Plan of Action, and therefore its preamble reflects on the intervening soft law developments and explicitly recognizes the role of the state of nationality in combating IUU fishing. Now, understandably, its provisions do not focus on imposing obligations on the state of nationality, but they do appear to encourage and assist the exercise of jurisdiction insofar as vessel owners, beneficial owners, and the master are concerned. So if we look at Articles 8, 13, and 15, they foresee that the port state will be collecting and verifying information on a vessel's ownership, as well as at least sharing inspection reports with the master's state of nationality, clearly hoping that action will be taken by that state. So if we turn then to soft law, the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries does not mandate any exercise of jurisdiction, but it did presuppose that states would have provisions in place to address their nationals working as masters or officers who are charged with an offence relating to the operation of any fishing vessel. Then, of course, clearly the most important contribution has been the International Plan of Action, which includes a dedicated section on domestic laws to control nationals involved in IUU fishing in light of UNCLOS. To take measures in this context includes both the prescription and the enforcement of law, and this is re-emphasized in the paragraphs concerning the sanctioning of nationals. As the Minister mentioned today, states will be adopting a national plan of action, and this will obviously also include reflecting back on what they are doing concerning the control of nationals. And finally, the importance of including the state of nationality in the framework of international and regional fisheries law continues to be recognized, and some examples are listed here for you today. So then when we consider regional practice, I'm going to just limit myself to purely RFMOs. And as I can never memorize these all off by heart, and I do not wish to lose the audience in the alphabet soup of RFMOs and their measures, we'll just highlight 4 trends that our current draft research appears to suggest across the practice. So first, numerous RFMOs have identified the lack of controlling nationals as a contributing factor to aspects of regional IUU fishing. This results in raising awareness, calling for greater control of nationals, including this within compliance monitoring schemes, and at the most extreme, naming and shaming states of nationality. Second, the importance of cooperation by the state of nationality results in provisions that may include CNCPs being notified when the activities of their nationals are undermining the RFMO. Rarely, states with nationals active or desiring to be active in the convention area may be invited to accede to the RFMO, or as a CNCP are expected to ensure compliance by their nationals. And then third, for members, the general obligation developing at the global level is regionally included within the constituent treaty or particular conservation and management measures that have been adopted. Here we find that non-exhaustive definitions of natural or legal persons are developed, and regional instruments have also addressed the question of which activities states should or shall address when taking measures. Here, CAMLAR is probably taking the lead. And fourth, to a limited degree, this extends to appropriate enforcement. So references to take measures again can be interpreted as including prescription and enforcement, while in certain cases, if an investigation does verify allegations of the involvement of their nationals in IUU fishing activities, appropriate actions should be taken. So in short, the winds of change are blowing in the further detailing and solidifying of what states of nationality should or shall be doing at the regional level. This is supported by further bilateral or sub-regional instruments, and the Zani's 2020 book includes some clear examples and analysis. As with other jurisdictions, as practice becomes increasingly widespread and consistent across RFMOs, it may feed back into our loop on the interpretation and application of the general UNCLOS provisions we previously discussed. So to conclude, if we take this bird's eye perspective of developments post-UNCLOS, this demonstrates that global, regional, and unilateral practices and interpretations are increasingly supportive of the key states of nationality having a responsibility and not just a right to act. This is complemented by a growing community of states adopting regulations concerning their nationals involved in IUU fishing, and several Asian examples of which are found in the aforementioned publication of last year. Now, compared to other concurrent jurisdictions, the language around the state of nationality is, however, currently more reserved. Today, we certainly may settle on should act, but if these trends continue, tomorrow will likely bring shall act. Analogous to other responsible jurisdictions in combating IUU fishing, this would be an obligation of due diligence, and it would join a growing list of other areas in which the state of nationality already has an obligation to exercise maritime jurisdiction, and there's a few examples on this slide. So looking ahead, I believe the story charted here closely mirrors the evolution of port state jurisdiction in combating IUU fishing, which has already transformed from a right to a responsibility. Thus, the time may be right for developing a global instrument that details a shared understanding on the minimum standards in regulating nationals. Now, to those who consider we may already have enough other negotiations on the table, I would simply note that this could instead start as a soft model scheme, and that sufficient political momentum appears to be behind combating IUU fishing. Addressing the owners and profiteers would be a more effective approach than imprisoning unsuspecting and replaceable crew members. Finally, we already have the existing regional practice, which, given the comparative similarities, could already provide considerable content for consideration and adoption by the global community. And with that, my time is up, and I'd like to thank you for your kind attention, and I look forward to your critiques, questions, or suggestions for addition. If I lost anyone on this whistle-stop tour of the state of nationality, particularly because I have a sore throat, you'll find a too long, didn't listen summary on this slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that got us off to a tremendous start. Our next speaker is Professor Dato Dr. Noorayeni binti Haji Mokhtar of the Maritime Institute of Malaysia. It's often a pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce someone who has had a distinguished career, whereas Dr. Noorayeni has probably enjoyed three in the service of ocean affairs within Malaysia and beyond. She served in significant roles in building national capacity building, in research and development, in a number of ministries within the government of Malaysia. She's also served as a Vice Chancellor of the University of Malaysia, Terengganu, and also was responsible for the establishment of the National Oceanographic Data Centre within Malaysia, and has represented Malaysia in international fora in promoting particularly the Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development. We're very fortunate that she'll be speaking to us with the title Challenges in Combating Illegal, Unregulated and Unreported Fisheries, Shaping Good Governance and Policy Towards SDG 14. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Stewart. First, let me share the screen. I lost the screen. Okay, hold on. Can I have the secretariat to help me with the screen? Can you see my screen?
What? It looks as if it's just booting up now.
Yeah.
Hi, Professor. This is Cheslin. I have shared your screen. So if you like to skip the slide, please let me know.
Always have this problem. Thank you, Professor Stewart, for the kind introduction. So I'm quite nervous in terms of as you mentioned, I'm coming from the scientific background, but in terms of the management, I would like to have the discussion here on the spotlight on the oceans law, marine ecosystem, and policy and governance. First, I would like to introduce on the various aspects of the UNCLOS, as the articles is related to the topic as is given. And also I will touch upon the aspect of the science part component of it, how that we deal for the future of the evolution of the UNCLOS. So As an introduction, as we know that there are many binding and non-binding instruments since 1982, and we were aware that there's no mention of IUUF until 90s. So again, we feel that all the instruments later in the 90s, Aaron, Dr. Aaron, I think it's very useful for us to look at that, because there are the global framework in terms of legally and non-legally binding is actually is up to the nationals, the effort. But in terms of the regional and multilateral, bilateral fisheries agreement, they are very useful in terms of what's going on. Okay, is it related to my screen? Yes, Lynn?
Yeah. So you may
move on to the next slides. I mentioned.
Sure, no worries.
Yeah, quickly. I have touched on the outline. Okay, and then on the next slides. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the international instruments, can you move on to the next slides? With regards to the UNCLOS 1982, which is binding the law of the sea for the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea. And then we have the non-binding, which is IPOA, IUU of 2001, as mentioned by Dr. Aaron just now, and also FAO, PSMA 2009, which is binding. Next slide, please. So as introductory, the IUU fishing, definitions, I think for all those who are here already understand about the ocean law, but in terms of the illegal fishing, unreported fishing, and unregulated fishing, you need to understand all the terms in terms of the activities in the countries, whether it is in EEZ or in the high seas. It's related to the international treaties for the regional fisheries management, of which member nations is a party. But we have realized that there have some been, reported, but they have not. Some also have not been reported, also misreported. So I will show you in a diagram in terms of all these terminologies of unreported as well as unregulated fishing. Next slide, please. So with the OECD report, we believe that to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, where countries stand, efforts should concentrate towards the future. Next slide, please, Jocelyn. Okay. So some of the global issues in terms of IUU fisheries, as I mentioned earlier, the implementation part, in terms of the legal responses to the IUU fishing by the international community, but also by the states, the problems still continue in terms of the complexity, the vastness of the oceans, the limited human and financial resources that prevented effective control. So IUU fishing, as addressed by the legal controls for the fishing, it encompasses other aspects of the maritime sector, which is shipping, labor, and all other criminal law existing with regards to the ocean users. So IUU fishing has tended to focus on individual aspects, but actually there is interconnectivity with other sectors. So for this reason, as proposed by OECD, that the studies need to continue to see the gaps, how fragmented is the legal instrument, where are the gaps, where are the aspects of regulatory pluralism that we can address the challenges. Next slide, please. Okay, and in volume of trade in terms of live reef fish trade, we realize that it's very significant, of which at the regional side, I show here is the Coral Triangle Initiative based on 6 countries. The live reef fish trade alone is about 3,000 ton worth of excess of US 800 million. But nonetheless, we know that the aspects of the IUU is also related to other regions. So we need to concentrate on various segments of the marine space, which is called large marine ecosystem, which is I show on the next page. on the next slide, which is on the South China Sea. As we know that the South China Sea is many countries at stake on that because of the boundary dispute and difference in the governance of the fisheries, the management regimes, the conflicts of the natural resources is there. But of course, the poor fishery practices make it difficult for us to sustain the resources, which is limited. But nonetheless, we need to address the issue. Next slide, please. For example, countries bordering within these enclosed seas, as we can say that, of course, in South China Sea, we have Malaysia, we have Indonesia, we have Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, and of course, further north, we have also other countries in the north, in the Indo-Pacific. But for Malaysia alone, we realized that the zone extended for the conservation zone, typically for the coastal fisheries. But in terms of the C zone or C3 zone, which is near the near the borderline of EEZ, we realized that a lot of encroachments. So there are a lot of illegal fishing, encroachment, and then also piracy. So for this reason, next slides, I will show you the type of offenses is with regards to the IUU fisheries, because it is when it is in the region of beyond EEZ or high seas, we can also focus on the enforcement and control within the EEZ, but of course that also costs a lot of resources mobilization, funding, and support patrolling the area. But in terms of under the FMO area, there are a lot of misreporting of the catches, the vessel with false flags, transferring of fish without authorization, no reporting, but also fishing in the prohibited area, of which we certain places we have identified as a scientific sensitive area. So sometimes also they have fishing out of season, illegal fishing gear, and of course fishing without license. So again, be it in the high seas or within EEZ, we still have issue IUU fishing. Next slide, please. So we look at the instruments, next slide. Because under the law of the sea, the article under 118, the cooperation of states in the conservation and management of living resources is our responsibility to overcome these IUU fisheries. High cooperation is needed because it's already spelled out in the article 118 that we shall, as appropriate, cooperate to establish sub-regional or regional fisheries organizations. So under articles, the rest of other articles 63, 64, 67. But under the area, as I mentioned earlier, typical to our region, the UNCLOS part 9 of the enclosed or semi-enclosed seas related to the South China Sea, the article 1 to 3 states that we should cooperate with each other. But under the regional organization, we should coordinate. One aspect of which I'm coming from the scientific background, that we need to have the research policies to undertake where appropriate joint programs or scientific designation of sensitive scientific area, of which is for the future of the productivities of the people that they have the life depending on it. So we also can invite other states to, to cooperate, especially when they have the technology and so forth. So next slide. As including in the Article 13, we have the marine scientific research actually stipulated the area of where we should promote marine scientific research, and also to recognize and non-recognition of marine scientific research activities as a legal basis for claim, which is sometimes people misquote under this term, under 24.1. But under 242, the promotion of international cooperation, under 243, creation of favorable condition, I think some of the countries under the cooperation under IOC or Westpac, we have come a long way in terms of cooperation. So under UNCLOS Part 12, I revert that provide in terms of the preservation of the marine environment. Why we do need to have this? Because under the global and regional cooperation, it is for the common good and common need, because the ocean is part of the planet that we want to have it conserved for the future. So examples of the cooperation I show on the slide. Next slides, yeah. On the slides, in terms of the under RFMOs, we have IORA, WPCTF, multilateral, we have the Coral Triangle Initiative, Coral Reef Fisheries and Food Security, of which work through the ecosystem approach fisheries management. I had the opportunity to be part of the CTI CAF previously, and believe me, in terms of capacity development, we have so much effort, so much success in terms of building the technical working group into this area and work on this. So for the cooperation on the global or regional basis, I think there are partners. Again, as mentioned by Professor Cleopatra, we need to have this justice, partnership under SDG 16 and 17. I believe that under this effort in my topic about to promote SDG 14 as part of UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Can I have the next slides, please? Okay. In addition to UNCLOS and other we believe that into other articles related to the obligations, sovereign rights, 202 under scientific and technical assistance, enforcement by flag states, 218 enforcement by port states, coastal states 220 and 235 responsibility and liability, as well as Article 237 obligations under other conventions. So this is for the detail in that research. There's so much opportunity to explore, looking into the review of the laws. So under the cooperation of selected international instrument, I again mentioned about here, since we have the list from UN Convention, UNCLOS, FAO, UN Fish Stock Agreement, there are various important provisions, the articles that we need to work on. And I'm sure with World Maritime University, KMI, Stockton University, as being academic institution within this region, we know that we could have this very good cooperation, collaboration for research. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, as I mentioned already just now, can you go on the next slide? Cooperation with IPO, IUU, under FAO, IPO, IUU. The main objective is to prevent, eliminate IUU fishing, but with comprehensive, effective, and transparent measures. But the Regional Fishery Management Organization abiding the international law. But again, we talk about cooperation in the conservation and management of shared stocks of highly migratory species. This is a very important topic, as I would see that for the next slides, if you can show within the nationals and also within the region, each country, we have their own enforcement in terms of the regulations. Can I have the slide 22? Again, in terms of cooperation, sometimes we have these differences in terms of governance in each country. For example, in Malaysia, we have the Department of Fisheries, Marine Police, Maritime Enforcement Agency. We escort the foreign fishing vessel encroaching into our waters. But there are some countries actually have penalties, So I think with diplomacy, I think we can do better in terms of creating political tensions. So for Malaysia, next slide. The National Plan of Action to combat IUU fishing. We have these various instruments in place as part of the national law and policy to govern just to prevent further, IUU effort, implementing what's subscribed in the international as well as the regional, but as far as Malaysia is concerned, these are guidelines. And then I will describe the next is the challenges for Malaysia. So challenges in the sustainable fisheries in the IUU, because we realized that FAO has reported that 9 states has also reported a decline, at least 75% fishery stocks fully exploited or overexploited. They are also bycatch, not necessarily, which they call sustainable. So they also sometimes. So in the nutshell, the major challenges against IUU fishing, I would list as this way. In terms of strengthen the international commitment, particularly with the sharing or transfer of the technology, it is also in the UNCLOS. Yeah, application of more stringent measures not only addresses IUU fishing vessel but state flag vessels, and use also port of market related measures, as well as the effort to increase the national and regional coordination and cooperation. At the end of the day, we talk about policy, legislation. Sometimes in terms of control or the issue is actually due to the operational issue. Next slide. Science policy. Next slide, please. Can you have the next slide? Interface, which is aimed towards a healthy and productive ocean. Another slide, please. Previous slide, please. Okay. So we have already doing 2000 as made by from 1 to 30 of ocean science. Ocean fisheries.
We seem to, at least from my perspective, have lost Professor Dr. Honora Yanni. We still have her slides, and hopefully we can restore her momentarily. Might be appropriate, since she's not restoring immediately, to perhaps draw a line temporarily and return to her for some closing remarks after our next speaker, rather than wait on in the hope that she is restored very quickly. So with that, we can extend our thanks to her once she's restored, and look forward to hearing some concluding remarks shortly. In the meantime, I might now seek to introduce our third and final speaker for this session. That's Dr. Young Hoon Min of the Korean Maritime Institute. Dr. Min is also one of these remarkable individuals who has enjoyed more than a single career. In addition to being a senior researcher at KMI, which we've all heard of and have the greatest respect for, he's worked previously in the Korean Maritime and Ocean University and as a researcher in the Korean Institute of Marine Law. He's worked as a senior marine surveyor, but in addition to that, he also has undertaken studies in international law and is admitted, amongst other things, as a lawyer of the Supreme Court of the Australian Capital Territory. So I'm delighted to welcome another Australian lawyer in a roundabout sort of way to the microphone. Talk today is titled a little differently from that is in the program. His title is the port state competent to make an affirmative determination of IUU fishing under the WTO draft agreement on fisheries subsidies? And with that, I'm very happy to hand over to Dr. Min.
Thank you so much, Professor Stewart. And also I'd like to express my thanks for all organizers and sponsors for 2022 Conference on Ocean Law and Policy. And let me share my screen first. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay, that's great. Okay, my presentation title is about port state competency under the WTO systems for making a affirmative determination of IUU fishing. Because this issue is kind of very new in IUU, regulating IUU fishing, so probably you may have some interest in this issue. So my presentation will follow this order. In introductions, I'd like to briefly introduce WTO negotiations on fishery subsidies since 2001. And then we'll look at WTO's draft articles and their main concerns in making a determination of IUU fishing. After that, I would like to argue rationales for port states as a source for the determination of IUU fishing. In 2001, by the Doha WTO Ministerial Declaration, members of WTO firstly agreed upon necessity to improve WTO rules governing fisheries subsidies. Since then, members have been negotiating for global rules to regulate harmful fisheries subsidies, and in 2005, by the Hong Kong Declaration, the members agreed to elaborate its negotiating mandate, which was to strengthen disciplines on subsidies in the fisheries sector. However, there was later progress on the negotiation for making a agreed mandate for several years, and in the meantime, UN General Assembly, UNGA, adopted Sustainable Development Goals, including agenda for ending overfishing, IUU fishing, and destructive fishing practice. By adoption of these UN SDGs, the WTO members re-engaged negotiation on fishery subsidies. And at the 2017 WTO MC11th Ministerial Conference, the members agreed the negotiating mandate to develop an agreement prohibiting and eliminating subsidies contributing to overcapacity and overfishing and IUU fishing. Originally, the member of WTO targeted to end the negotiation in the MC12, which was originally scheduled for June 2020. But COVID-19 pandemic is spread all over the world since 2019. The MC12 was put off to the November in the last year and then postponed again to this year. So far, to my knowledge, a specific date for MC12 has not been agreed. But the chair of the negotiation for fishery subsidies shares the latest version of draft text of the agreement in November last year. So my argument is based on this draft agreement. Upon its context, this draft agreement suggests 3 types of subsidies prohibition. There should subsidies contributing to IUU fishing, subsidies regarding overfishing stock, and subsidies contributing to overcapacity and overfishing. But in my presentation, I will mainly focus on subsidies contributing to IUU fishing and who can make a determination of IUU fishing under this draft agreement. Under articles of WTO's draft agreements on fisheries subsidies, coastal states, flag states, and RFMO can make an affirmative determination whether a vessel or operator engaged in IUU fishing. The coastal state member determines IUU fishing on the basis of activity of the vessel in areas under its jurisdictions, while a flag state member makes a decision based on its flag. And RFMO can make a determination of IUU fishing based on areas and for species under its contents. The third determination is not just a determination by an authority, but it is an affirmative determination. What is the affirmative determination is explained in below for your reference, so you may read those things. Based on the Article 3.2, port states cannot make any affirmative determination of IUU fishing for subsidy prohibitions. But the Article 3.6 is providing if a port state notifies a subsidizing state of clear ground to believe that a vessel in its port has engaged in IUU fishing, the subsidizing member shall give due regard to that information and also shall take such action against the subsidies as it deems appropriate. This appears that the subsidizing state has an obligation to duly consider the information from the port state, whereas it does not give direct effect on subsidies prohibition because the subsidizing members may opt not to take action on the basis of languages in the Article 3.6. Having in mind these competencies of flag, coastal, port states, and RFMO, we can see two significant issues in regulating IUU fishing under WTO draft agreement. First one is, as being very traditional arguments, how to address the weak enforcement of the flag state in the high seas fisheries. And the second is, as a rising one, how to address encouraging transshipment on the high seas, which can directly relate to flag state jurisdictions. From the next slide, we will look at these issues in detail. Flag of convenience of IUU fishing. Even if this is an old-fashioned argument, this is still one of the key issues in combating IUU fishing, especially given there is no treaty or preventing flag of convenience. Identifying true operator of a fishing vessel is very challenging in IUU fishing. 70% of the non-IUU fishing vessels are flagged on the tax haven jurisdiction, and also 50% of the world's large-scale fishing fleets are either FOC or the flag identity unknown. If you see these graphs in this slide and tables in the next slide, the FOC issues can be more obvious. In this graph, you can see the worst performing countries for flag state responsibility. The flag state responsibility is mainly coming from international instruments such as UNCLOS and FAO treaties and FAO's Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries. And having these in your mind in this slide, you may see the list of top 20 principal producers of fisheries. Among these producers, the 6 worst performing countries for flag state responsibility in the previous slide have been listed, including China, Indonesia, Russia, Japan, Korea, and Spain, which are colored yellow. Here, one interesting is that these yellow 6 countries accounted for 34% of the world fishery production. In other words, some countries which possibly would not perform effective regulatory control of IUU fishing are providing an amount of fishery produce to the world market. All these statistics imply the flag of convenience linked to weak flag state enforcement possibly leads world fishing to risk of IUU fishing, even if international societies such as FAO and UN have started to do their best effort in combating IUU. from now, we have a look at increasing transshipment problem on the high seas. This also linked to the issue of lack of enforcement from the flag state. While international communities recognize problems of transshipments, there has been less practical instruments to regulate the cargo vessels for transshipments. 1995 UN Fish Stock Agreement Article 18 provides the flag state shall take measure to supervise and to regulate transshipment on the high seas, and FAO, IPOA, IUU fishing, international plan of action to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing describes authorization and report requirement of transshipment to the flag state. However, many civil societies observed at least 142 million US dollars worth of tuna is illegally transshipped annually. And also 48% of large vessels for transit months are registered under FOCs. Here, the most significant issue is that these large vessels have been associated with a high percentage of IUU fishing. FAO also finds that one of the main reasons for this is the lack of transparency in transshipment, because the cargo vessel should report transshipment only to its flag state. So these two transparency issues can be more obvious if you see next slide. In this slide, you can see that more than 70% of transshipment activities are taking place on the high seas. And then also almost all flag states are reported of their flagship transshipment from catching vessel to transport vessel. However, in this slide, you can see only small number of vessels can be found publicly in relation to their authorization of transshipment at sea. In other words, the transparency issue is apparent in enforcing transshipment activity on high seas by probably constant RFMO or flag state itself. If you see this slide, you can be certain that transshipment activities on the high seas are the most prevalent, even if they can happen in all maritime areas. In other words, for the control of transshipment activities, the role of flag state is the most significant one. But as I mentioned in the previous slide, the practice does not show such a level of significance. Having said that, in order to address such a lack of regulatory power of the flag state, I'd like to see current laws of port state regarding its effects and practicality as a gateway of fishery vessels. In this slide, you can see what MCS monitoring, control, surveillance measures country were employing in 2017 in order to make sure relevant transshipment operations. Port inspections and landing inspections are the most widely employed measures, which are all the port state can take. This is because the port state can be the gateway where all fishing and cargo vessels convene for processing their products just before they are getting into land-based supply chain. Thus, we can consider the port as the last checkpoint of IUU fishing and illegal transshipment, in which states can exercise their measures effectively. If you see this map, which represents the member states' distribution to FAO port state major agreements, you may easily find its coverage. Even if only 58% of FAO members currently have ratified, accepted, or acceded to the PSMA, remaining FAO members are increasingly processing to ratify the PSMA now. In fact, when a port state exercises its measures, such as port inspections over the fishing vessels, the vessels are physically located within the port. In combating IUU fishing, physical location of the fishing and transshipment cargo vessel is one of the most important issues. due to extent of the authority. Thus, the port state can be the most effective way to regulate the IUU fishing and also to address the lack of flag state enforcement, so far as it does not exercise excessively its regulatory power. Based on these considerations, in conclusion, I like to argue that the port state should be a source of the affirmative determination for WTO draft agreement on fishery subsidies. As I mentioned previously, the draft agreement on fishery subsidies does not include the port state as a source of determination of IUU fishing, but only coastal state, flag state, and RFMOs. Coastal states are likely to enforce their regulatory power effectively because it may easily extend enforcement power to coastal waters. And RFMOs also can exercise effective measures because they are focusing on specific fishes, species, and areas with rare cooperation through small number of memberships. But the flag state is different position from these two entities in equipping effective enforcement. This is because distance of IUU fishing is making flag states hard to monitor and control their vessels. In order to cope with this problem, international societies have developed a port state regime under, as you know, UNCLOS and FAO, and this has been considered as one of the most effective measures complementing the lack of flag state enforcement. Consider these facts. If a port state could not make the decision whether a ship conduct IUU fishing for subsidies prohibition, a country may unduly maintain subsidies until flag states or RFMOs find a ship engaging in IUU fishing on the high seas. Therefore, on the basis of the practicality and also in order to remedy the flag states jurisdictions, the port state should be a source of the determination of IUU fishing under the WTO draft agreements. But some may think this will be too much under the WTO draft agreements because the port state can exercise excessive investigations for its determination of IUU fishing, and also under the WTO regime, all member WTO should be binding or should scope under the new agreement or adapted new agreements. So then we may think an alternative one, which is amending Article 3.6. As previously mentioned, Article 3.6 provides a subsidizing member shall duly regard information notified by the port state about IUU fishing. In addition to this due regard of subsidizing countries, we may think to add some languages or amendments to these draft articles about close cooperation between flag, subsidizing, and port states. For example, the amendment of cooperation may include a basis for the flag state, making an affirmative determination in practice based on the information from the port state, and or then allow subsidizing state to readily avail itself of information on flag state determination. Yeah, this is my presentation so far, and I thank you so much for kindly listening, all of you, and I will have to have any question from Ross, special presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for another excellent presentation. And before moving to our questions, we were unfortunately robbed of the opportunity of the totality of Professor Noriini's presentation. She was cruelly cut off by the technology on a temporary basis, but I understand she has returned to us, and I invite her to take the floor to say some concluding remarks to appropriately complete her presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Stewart. sorry for the interruptions. If I can have my final few slides, if I mention about science policy interface to be inculcated in the discussion. As we know, the challenge is the governance and the policy directions of SDG 14 under UN Decade of Ocean Science. Can I have the next slide move quickly towards the recommendation? I'm in the Decade Committee Advisory. So, because the function of IOC actually to have this SDG 14, to be re-emphasized. Can we remain at that slide? Professor, previous slide. Professor Cleopatra mentioned about the climate change threats. So there is a discussion and the report about climate change, how that will affect. So we need to have the SDG 14 talking about improved quality in education, capacity development, but in terms of the fisheries, it's affecting the resources that we have. Next slide, please. So the report is that the migration of the fish to the polar, to the polar region. So meaning that there must be some issues in terms of the international arrangements in terms of the fishery sector. This is the new threat that I think we should explore. So in terms of the ongoing efforts, there are a lot of regional network that has been done, as I mentioned, in terms of capacity building and coordination. In terms of the ECDT systems, this is technically how to avoid in terms of getting more data for country-specific systems. But at the same time, we can do this exchange of expertise. We talk about sustainable financing mechanism and integration of interoperability of the data and the standards, knowing that we need to have this data security and so forth. But of course, in terms of the transitioning to the data-driven fisheries management, the concept what we had in the CTI and CFF previously in the Sulu ICCs, this is an example on how the sub-regional cooperation actually work and how we can manage in terms of implementing, inculcating the awareness, empowering the nationals in terms of putting into place the informed management decision based on real data. So we should also leverage on the private sectors, expertise. Right now, the private sectors are talking about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So for this reason, I believe that this is a time for us to look into the public-private partnership rather than academics, other than governments. So I just hope that we can build that trust for partnership for SDG 16 and 17. For SDG 14, next slide, please. I mentioned about CTI. So this main countries through the ASEAN cooperation. Next, we had the ministerial meeting as mentioned by Korea just now, and we have the capacity building development for the ecosystem approach to fisheries management. Next, please. So over the years, we have built this capacity in terms of cooperating, in terms of data management, technology transfer, and so forth. Next, in the training and education, actually I have visited WMU. We talk about the cooperation in terms of the marine scientific research and also on the training for the ocean policy. Next. Okay, this is part of the work that we have done in terms of understanding, forecasting, simulation about the ocean. But we work with all the parties, as you mentioned, the UNCLOS. We also work with the USA under the program that they have for the ocean project, and also for SUFIA, which is coming up for the fisheries management. Next. So I would like to recommend in terms of the post 40 years of UNCLOS, talking about next UNCLOS 2 for that reason. We have explored a few aspects of the articles that can be studied further and to be explored, to be reviewed. And also in terms of the using the aspect of the science component, we talk about science diplomacy. That's the reason why you have the UN Decade of Ocean Science to bind all the partners, the multi-stakeholders, be it the government, the private sectors, as well as the academic scientists and researchers. For this reason that we have ASEAN guideline, RFMOs, and also in terms of putting IUFF activities into the supply chain, because everybody was looking into the productivities and the economics part of it. So can you show the next slide, please? So how about putting together our thoughts in terms of having a regional center of excellence, yeah, in terms of establishing the Science Diplomacy Center in regards to the ocean law and all the diplomatic aspect of it. But at the same time, we need to improve the ocean governance via capacity building, training and technology sharing, information sharing, and so forth. So it has to be based, evidence-based, for the informed decision making, for the politician to be able to look into the aspect of resetting because of the climate justice, yeah, because of the climate resilience that we need for the ocean, that we need for the future. So to promote peaceful and peaceful disputes resolution, we certainly need good partnership and good cooperation. Next slide, please. Strong political will. Sometimes we have champions from each member nations. In terms of this acronym, political, economy, social, technology, environment, legal, science services. This is pastel. Yeah, under the Harvard Business School, talking about this aspect only, then it can work, we can walk the talk. But without the strong political will, we can't do it. So again, we need to raise awareness, as mentioned by the previous speakers, in terms of the information sharing, compliance with the policy, the technologies, or the related to the IUU fishing, how to have the sustainable fisheries management in terms of sharing the technology for the autonomous data collection of stock taking of the resources that we have. But at the same time, to have this long-term viability of anti-IUU fishing efforts and procedures, so that we are sharing all this evolution of the next UNCLOS in terms of the technology that's brought in after 40 years. Next. In conclusion, again, I would like to reiterate that strong cooperation and coordination, as well as to emphasize under the UNCLOS, MSR, marine scientific research, as well as partnership, joint development, and particularly to stress on the UN Decade of Ocean Science, so that we have the policy interface, yeah, through science towards better governance of the ocean through the goal 14, yeah, Sustainable Development Goal. And at the same time, we talk about the informed decision making, and then this sharing of this conference, I think, is an opportunity for me to bring a different dimension in terms of our common advocacy towards a peaceful, sustainable ocean use, good livelihoods, and food security in the region in the face of climate change, as well as the pandemic or endemic of the COVID-19. With that, I thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and well done for surmounting the technical challenges while giving us words of hope and inspiration at the very end. We've been fortunate to have 3 excellent presentations. There's now the opportunity over the next 23 minutes for question and answer. That timing will be rigorously enforced to ensure we move to our keynote speaker at the end of this session, Judge Paik, in a timely fashion. We've received some questions on the chat, and I propose to deal with these in the order in which they've been received, in which case the first one is to Dr. Aaron Honeyball from Commander Semadar.
Okay, yes, thank you. I'll just read out the questions just so in case anyone doesn't see it. Is IUU fishing and overfishing concepts are limited to sovereign areas and not to the areas as defined in UNCLOS? Yeah, so one of the benefits probably of the regulation of nationals is that you're not confined to this zonal approach once you've established that IUU fishing has occurred. We're talking about regulations of nationals regardless of the maritime zone they're in. So that includes IUU fishing anywhere from territorial sea out to the high seas. So it's not limited by that. You're also not limited by the flag state principle. So your main limitation is, are they a national of your state or are they a permanent resident of your state? The flip side of that then is that the entire concept of IUU fishing is to a large degree built on a presumption that a zonal framework is in place and that a consistent and shared zonal framework is in place. So if you have inconsistent baselines or differences of opinion on what a maritime feature is, whether it's an island or rock, that's going to determine which zones apply to the waters. And therefore you're going to have a disagreement on whether it is illegal fishing because it's in violation of coastal state laws, or if it's fishing on the high seas. That is an issue that, yeah, as mentioned by Cleopatra, is only going to get worse in the future if we don't have a determination of the position on what happens when sea level rise affects baselines. If we have differences of opinion on whether those baselines are fixed or not, then you might have some states saying that their coastal state zones continue to apply, so that could be illegal fishing, and other states may wish to fish in that water and say, well, no, as an effect of sea level rise, this is now a high seas area. So yeah, there's two sides of the same coin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question is also from Commander Samadar, and this one is for Professor Norayini, and asks, is there a definition for the term overfishing? Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, in terms of, yeah, thank you for the questions. In terms of overfishing, we realize that the terminology that can be used very widely in the aspect of the loss of the biodiversity, of which in terms of the application of the fishing gears that actually conquer in terms of the area of the resources that being utilized. For this reason, there is an impact of which the different species, yeah, will be affected in terms of the marine protected areas. So for this reason, once you have overfish, you know, there's no more in terms of the marine ecosystem being protected. For this reason, that the terminology is used that you are wiping out the resources that you have. So for this reason, that I think overfishing is happening everywhere, and then the indicators are being put forward by different national in different terms. So for this reason, what we scared is about the wiping out of the whole food web, yeah, for the different species to come in, but there will be other species that can come in that actually affect the whole the food security for that region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might use my prerogative to skip a question because there's one also directed to you, ma'am. Although I'm sure the other presenters can also jump in after your answer. What is the legal basis for enforcement against IUU fishing in the high seas?
What are the legal basis? Yeah, because as we have the under UNCLOS agreement, there is also the cooperation agreement. So we have the RFMO, RFMA that already been subscribed. Then nationals already have understood whether you sign those agreement, yeah, under these conventions. I think countries should respect and be responsible and cooperate. And within the high seas, for the common vision, they should have this, try to avoid with the understanding that they need to share the resources.
Thank you for that. Would our other presenters like to make comment on this one as well?
I could just offer a few words. Yeah, just building on what Professor mentioned. Yeah, you have those RFMO frameworks that might have a boarding and inspection scheme. And you also have the possibility of applying that through the fish stocks agreement in this rather convoluted way for parties to the fish stocks agreement. And then, of course, the main principle is the flag states enforcement. Of course, that all doesn't affect, that's enforcement on the high seas. If you talk about enforcement in respect of the high seas, we then do have then the port state jurisdiction, which is sort of post-fact enforcement availabilities.
Thank you. Dr. Min, anything to add at all? No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you both so much. And then we have a question which could be posed to any of our three speakers. If the key concern is IUU and overfishing in areas beyond national jurisdiction, what is the way forward for that? Given events in other parts of the world, this is particularly appropriate. Happy to hand over to any or all of our three speakers to provide an answer. Fortunate to have three extremely polite individuals who are all happy to let another take their turn. I think I may have cut Aaron Honeyball off in his prime. Please, Aaron, proceed.
I'll just kick off, but please, the others probably know more on this. Yeah, I would probably have a difference of opinion and say that the main issue with IUU fishing is in coastal state waters, particularly unregulated fishing. Also, just because a lot of the fishing in the high seas is related to shared stocks. So you have a coastal state interest in that respect. Yeah, other than that, the key successes have been in high seas areas. So CAMLA has seen a notable reduction in IUU fishing, but whether that's due to it being high seas or due to the nature of the geography there, yeah, that's for someone else to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Either Dr. Min or Professor Norian.
Yeah, if I may, I should just know in terms of the IUU can happen within the EEZ as well as within the high seas. But the area of concern of which we can have the control is within the port state. They must have the regulation of that. That's why we have this IUU being defined. But if it were to happen in the high seas, very good question though, you know, it were to happen in the high seas. Basically, you're talking about the probably more abundant, probably more lucrative in terms of the catch. For this reason, we need to look into the aspect, as I mentioned earlier, as for the global common. You were talking about the sharing, yeah, for equitable benefit sharing of this, that we need to take the leadership, yeah, in terms of through the regional cooperation, and there should be a multi-platform, you know, multilateral platform of cooperation, of looking into how we protect ocean, the whole ocean by itself, not just within our territorial waters. So I believe that in the future, if we were to look into further in terms of looking beyond the national jurisdiction, we are talking about the future sharing of a future generation, you know, in terms of the species towards certain areas. You know, if we're going to further to the high seas, then how do we manage them? So for this reason that I think further diplomacy and coordination in terms of putting together, how do we share? How do we share it for equitable benefit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Min.
Yep. Thank you, Stuart. I think the overfishing in the beyond the national jurisdiction, the key concern is probably the manipulations of the record of catch on board. And even if there's some, you know, onboard inspectors is on board the ship fishing vessels, you know, in most cases, not in most cases, some cases, there are some reports manipulation of the record data or record of catch. So to prevent these manipulations. And the FAO has established some kind of global record for verifying all the data record on board. But the global record is not currently widespread used by all the port states. So probably the port state can have a key role to regulate these manipulations after certain ship is enter into a port. But the port state doesn't have enough information directly from the flag state, or can acquire the instant information from all the global record. So I think to cope with this problem effectively, the port state should should be able to have some live data from the flag state or the reports from the fishing boats. I think, that is my thought about the IUU and overfishing in the beyond the national jurisdictions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you to all three presenters for those fine answers. Our next question states the issue of IUU is a holistic approach in information sharing and reporting of offenders amongst the coastal states would deter would-be offenders. Punitive action should be enforced when offenders are caught. What are the views of the speakers, please? So this is one for all of our speakers. Happy again to take you in whichever order is convenient. Would like to jump in first, perhaps.
Okay, probably I can firstly say something about punitive action about which have been taken by the Korean government. Actually, there's a lot of punitive measures taken by the Korean government for the IUU fishings, but the problem is how to enforce or check or monitor all the IUU fishing, because in the area of Korean waters, some IUU fishing is because of their necessity in their life or something like that. So the punitive action may be necessary, but I think there's some kind of other measures to enforce more effectively to prevent the IUU fishing, considering their necessity and their life balance or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our other presenters, anything to add?
Yeah, just picking up on that practice. I think generally international law is particularly reserved when it comes to setting sort of what is required in terms of punitive measures. There's only very limitations for the EEZ. I think just in general, the idea is that the measures should be sufficiently severe to deter potential offenders and then also punish non-offenders, so punish offenders, so basically remove the benefits that they have accrued from their offense. But other than that, it's basically up to each state what sort of punitive measures they're putting in place. But yeah, as the question asks, these are communication and cooperation is essential to bringing these about in terms of implementation.
Thank you. Ma'am, anything to add? Perhaps unmute.
I agree with both for the suggestions and the comments related to punitive measures, if it is necessary for the policy about the sharing of the information, the correct reporting But I suppose, again, it lies with the enforcement and control, and whether that particular flag state has the capability and the resources that they can mobilize, particularly in the effort of financing and sustainable financing of getting the reports. Yeah. But again, it's going to be a continuous issue, but with the technology that coming, I'm sure we can share the lessons learned or the technology from the member countries as part of the cooperation under the UNCLOS. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We have a number of comments and material reference to the speakers, and I draw these to their attention. And then drawing down to the next one that contains a question. This is for you, ma'am. The questioner would like to know if you can share your slides with the participants. I'm sure through the Secretariat that can be possible. Then our next question, what is the limit of port state control with respect to IUU fishing? Well, I'm sure there's a PhD thesis, several PhD theses that could go towards that. Would any of the speakers like to briefly touch upon what they think might be a pertinent way to address that question?
Yeah, I think a lot of studies being done with regards to the national initiative and the Port of State with regards to this IUU fishing, and it's an increasing trend for the faculties. For example, at the University of Malaysia Terengganu, we have the Faculty of Maritime Studies, but we need to integrate the program and curriculum with other aspects of risk management, and also in terms of strategic directions. So with this, there are a lot of papers that can be investigated, and then I would like to recommend to look also in terms of the development of the OECD reports. There are a lot of areas that I think we can work on, and even to more studies to from there. Thank you.
Any brief comments from our remaining speakers? In the interest of time, I hesitate because it, as I say, it could be quite an expansive answer.
I could do it in one sentence. Yeah, if we talk about port state control, then I guess you're referring to conditions of entry and availability of services. I would basically say that the limitations here are upon what is expected. So what must be done in terms of denying entry and services. In terms of going beyond that, the limitations are very few and far between. So it's basically talking about non-discrimination and at least having some transparency. And you can look at state practice for this. There'll often be a long list of issues that the portmaster can take into account to decide if there's IUU fishing. And then usually at the end of there'll be a provision that says, and any other suspicion that the portmaster has.
Thank you for that. Our next question pertains to efforts at improving protection of underwater cultural heritage, and seeks to know if there are any new initiatives in the region. Given the reference to ASEAN, I'm assuming in Southeast Asia. Ma'am, would you wish to hazard an answer at that question? I think we may have lost Professor Noriani once again. The technology is clearly a little problematic, so I might pass along to the next question. Who are responsible for monitoring the exclusive economic zone? I'm assuming. How can we separate between flag state and port state responsibilities? Again, another thesis in the offing, one suggests. But would either of our remaining two speakers like to give a very brief answer?
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Let me firstly respond to these questions. Principally in the EEZ, the coastal state has a responsibility to monitor all the IUU fishing and fishing activities. That departing from the fishings, the port state, the flag state has all authority about over the vessels activity, and the port state can have a responsible if some kind of merchant vessel is navigating through the EG, doesn't do anything. If these vessels enter into a port, the port state has a control over, not controlling, they can inspect the ships in terms of the their activities on the EG. But in terms of the fishing activities, it's all coastal states has all responsible to monitor every fishing activities of the fishing boat and fishing related activities.
Look, thank you very much. And at this point, I'm going to exercise the moderator's prerogative and draw a line under things. I learned many years ago as an advocate, it always pays to keep a judge happy. And so ensuring that Judge Paik starts in a timely fashion, I'll draw things to a close. Before I do so, however, I'd like to acknowledge the three remarkable speakers that we've been privileged to listen to today. They've been enlightening, informative, and delightful in their presentations. And I think we should acknowledge those in the usual way. So congratulations and thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
And with that, I'll hand over to our Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Professor Stratke, and the speakers for the excellent, informative and lively exchange of ideas on overcoming the threat of IUU fishing, the first session of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is particularly important, a keynote speech by Judge Jin Hyun Paik, Judge for the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Let me briefly introduce the keynote speaker. Jin Hyun Paik is a judge of International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, in Hamburg, Germany since 2009 and served as the president from 2017 to 2020. He is currently the president of Special Chamber of UNCLOS in the case concerning delimitation of the maritime boundary between Mauritius and Maldives in the Indian Ocean. Judge Paik was also the arbiter in the Enrica Lexi incident case, Italy versus India, at the Permanent Court of Arbitration, PCA. He currently serves as the president of the Arbitral Tribunal in dispute concerning coastal states' rights in the Black Sea, Sea of Azov, and Kerch Strait, in the case concerning Ukraine versus Russian Federation. Judge Hyun, the screen is yours now.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure for me to address the 45th Annual Conference on Ocean Law and Policy today. First, I want to thank the organizers of the conference, in particular, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, MIMA, with which I used to work closely some time ago, for their kind invitation. I also want to congratulate them for successfully organizing this event under the still challenging circumstances due to the COVID pandemic. This year marks the 40th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Back in 1982, Convention was adopted after the decade of strenuous negotiations to establish a new comprehensive legal order for the world's oceans. As the preamble of the convention declares, the state parties recognized in their endeavors, I quote, the desirability of establishing through this convention, with due regard for the sovereignty of all states, a legal order for the seas and ocean, end of quote. The convention, through the codification and progressive development of law of the sea thus became the foundation of the legal order for the world's oceans. However, nobody would be naive to believe that such legal order would function effectively simply because principles and rules of the law of sea have been prescribed. Of course, the adoption of a comprehensive body of positive rules is the necessary condition for the functioning legal order, but it is far from being the sufficient one. What is required is the will and ability of states parties to comply with and conform to those rules in good faith. Perhaps no less importantly, the functioning legal order requires the institutions which can help states parties to implement the principle and rules set forth in the convention, and which can interpret and apply them in case of dispute. The drafters of the convention were well aware of such requirement, and for this end, the convention created 3 new institutions, namely International Seabed Authority, Commission on the Limits of Continental Shelf, and International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. It also incorporated a network of various existing international institutions in order to ensure that the rules adopted by the convention can evolve in time and stay relevant. Dear colleagues, today I would like to share with you my thoughts on the role of International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, one of the 3 institutions created by the convention in safeguarding the legal order for the seas and ocean established by the convention. UNCLOS is, of course, a dispute settlement body. As such, the tribunal makes contribution to safeguarding such legal order, first by settling disputes peacefully, and second, in so doing, by clarifying and developing international law. Though not widely appreciated, there are still other important functions the tribunal plays to safeguard UNCLOS regime. First, let me start with the role of tribunal as a means of dispute settlement under the convention. Peaceful and timely settlement of disputes is crucial to any stable legal order, and ocean is no exception. I'm sure you all know that UNCLOS introduced a comprehensive system of dispute settlement, including powerful compulsory procedures, of which the tribunal is a key component. The tribunal was established by the convention as a new standing court, but it does not have the privilege of being the only and exclusive court to deal with disputes arising from the convention. Instead, UNCLOS is one of the 4 means, together with the International Court of Justice, Annex 7 Arbitral Tribunal, and Annex 8 Special Arbitral Tribunal. It is not even a so-called default forum. Annex 7 Arbitral Tribunal is. This interesting design of the convention was, of course, a choice of states parties at the 3rd UN Conference on the Law of the Sea. However, this apparent lack of prominence for the tribunal under Article 287 should not obscure its status as what I call the judicial guardian of UNCLOS regime. To start with, despite the fact that it is just one of the 4 means for compulsory procedure, and also despite the fact that it is not even a default procedure, tribunal has so far been able to handle the largest number of disputes concerning the interpretation or application of the convention. In addition, there is clear tendency that states parties favor the tribunal. For example, by transferring their dispute that has been submitted to Annex 7 arbitration according to Article 287 to the tribunal. This shows the growing confidence of state parties in the role of tribunal as dispute settlement body. Obviously, state parties have over time came to realize various advantages of submitting their disputes to the tribunal, such as its competence and efficiency, cost effectiveness of its proceedings, and weight and authority accorded upon its judgments. Another notable aspect of the tribunal is that tribunal has virtually exclusive jurisdiction over two categories of the dispute, namely prompt release proceedings under Article 292 of the Convention and provisional measures proceedings under Article 290, paragraph 5. The former proceedings are instrumental to safeguard the interest of maritime states with extended coastal state jurisdiction under the Convention. On the other hand, the latter proceedings, as I will explain later, play an important role in ensuring effective functioning of the Annex 7 Arbitral Tribunal. Over the years, these two categories of proceedings have become two of the most important activities of the tribunal. Now, let me draw your attention to the tribunal's seabed dispute chamber. The chamber is a specialized court within the tribunal, which is composed of 11 members selected from among the members of the tribunal. However, the jurisdiction of the chamber exists separately from that of the tribunal. For this reason, the seabed dispute chamber is often referred to as a tribunal within the tribunal. The chamber's contentious jurisdiction is set out in Article 187 of the Convention. It is particularly noteworthy that this jurisdiction is assigned exclusively to the chamber with a couple of minor exceptions. While it includes disputes between states parties concerning the interpretation or application of the Convention's regime for the deep seabed, such jurisdiction is by no means limited to interstate dispute settlement. The chamber may also adjudicate disputes between a state party and the authority, or between the authority and natural or juridical persons, such as contractors of the authority. The chamber's procedural rules ensure that cases are handled swiftly and decisions are rendered without unnecessary delay. These rules are aimed at ensuring that the proceedings before the chamber are as expeditious and cost-effective as possible. Disputes involving state enterprise or natural or legal persons, such as a contractor of the authority, are governed by an even more expeditious procedure, in particular as regards the submission of written pleadings. In this regard, I'm quite aware that in preparing for the draft exploitation regulation in the International Seabed Authority, some concerns have been raised about whether the chamber can dispose of disputes submitted to it, especially those involving private contractors, in a timely manner. I'm confident that the Seabed Dispute Chamber provides not only to states parties, but to authority and the private and public entities efficient and expeditious procedures for the settlement of disputes that may arise from activities in the area. Unlike its advisory jurisdiction, the Chamber's contentious jurisdiction has not yet been put into practice. However, this part of the Chamber's competence has considerable potential that will be unlocked, in particular when exploitation of the resources of the area begins, hopefully in the not too distant future. Another important function of the tribunal, which no other means under Article 287 of the Convention can perform, is to give advisory opinions. Obviously, advisory opinion is not to settle dispute between states parties, but to give advice at the request of an authorized body with respect to legal questions. And as such, advisory jurisdiction is to be distinguished from contentious jurisdiction. However, for the sake of convenience, allow me to address here this unique function of the tribunal and the chamber. An advisory opinion of the chamber is given at the request of the Council or Assembly of the International Seabed Authority to assist the work of the authority. The chamber's advisory jurisdiction was activated for the first time when the Council of the Authority back in 2010 decided to submit to the chamber a request for an advisory opinion on the responsibilities and obligations of states sponsoring persons and entities with respect to activities in the area. In the advisory opinion issued in 2011, less than 9 months after the submission of the request, the chamber has made an important contribution to the work of the authority. And this is also what the chamber considers to be its role. The chamber emphasized that it will assist the organs of the authority in the performance of their activities and contribute to implementation of the convention's regime. The chamber sees itself as part of the system in which the authority's organs operate, but its task within this system is to act as independent and impartial body. As for the tribunal, while the convention does not contain an explicit provision for the advisory opinion of the tribunal, Article 21 of the Annex, Article 21 of Annex 6 to the convention provides that jurisdiction of the tribunal comprises, I quote, all matters specifically provided for in any other agreement which confers jurisdiction on the tribunal, end of quote. In 2015, on the basis of this magical provision, the tribunal gave its first advisory opinion, namely in the matter of request submitted by Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission with respect to flag state responsibility and liability in respect of IUU illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, the subject of previous panel. As you may have realized by now, tribunal is far more than one of the four means for compulsory adjudication. It has a unique character as a dispute settlement body in the convention regime. It carries out wide-ranging functions, many of which no other means under Article 287 of the convention can perform. Dear colleagues, let me now turn to the role and contribution of the tribunal in clarifying and developing the provisions of the convention and international law. Here, I would like to make a couple of points. First, the tribunal as a permanent standing judicial institution created by the convention takes its role of interpreting and applying the provisions of the convention particularly seriously. It is well known that the convention, as the constitution for the oceans, provides for a broad legal framework for regulating the conduct of states in the ocean, but lacks specificity in many respects. Furthermore, the convention contains many inherently ambiguous provisions. The tribunal's role in the clarification, and development of such principles and rules by consistently interpreting and applying them to specific situation of cases before it is therefore crucial to the strengthening of the legal regime established by the Convention. The Tribunal is well aware of the need and fully committed to the responsibility to safeguard the fine balance achieved in the Convention as a package deal through its jurisprudence. In fact, I would like to underscore that such institutional responsibility makes the Tribunal distinct from ad hoc arbitration, the function of which is primarily to dispose of disputes before it. Second, the Tribunal is also fully aware of the fact that it has no exclusive jurisdiction over disputes concerning interpretation or application of the Convention. The Tribunal recognizes and respects the freedom of states, parties, to choose their preferred means and endeavors to make the system created by the Convention work without increasing the risk of fragmentation. Its jurisprudence shows that it has taken particular care to promote the uniformity and coherence of the Convention. However, this does not mean that Tribunal merely follows the jurisprudence already established by other courts or tribunals. On the contrary, Tribunal has not hesitated to take an innovative and creative approach to several issues if necessary and appropriate. Maybe one of the good examples in this regards may be its decision in the delimitation of the maritime boundary in the Bay of Bengal, in which the Tribunal followed the well-established jurisprudence on the method of delimitation with respect to the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf within 200 nautical miles, while breaking new ground in delimiting a boundary for the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles for the first time in the history of maritime boundary delimitation adjudication. This decision has been widely acknowledged as a careful balance between continuity and change, and subsequently followed by other courts and tribunals. In this regard, I would like to say a word or two about the jurisprudence of the Tribunal in relation to that of International Court of Justice, another standing court under Article 287 of the Convention. Observers of the jurisprudence of the Tribunal may have witnessed an ongoing process of so-called cross-fertilization between the two judicial institutions. This form of judicial dialogue allows international courts and tribunals to draw upon each other's case law and, where appropriate, adopt common approaches. To the extent possible, this fosters the development of consistent jurisprudence, which increases predictability and enhances the confidence of states in the virtues of the judicial settlement of international disputes. UNCLOS and ICJ have each relied upon the relevant jurisprudence of the other body with regard to the application and interpretation of substantive international law, in particular in the fields of maritime boundary limitation and environmental protection. Dear colleagues, now let me turn to some other roles other than dispute settlement and jurisprudential contribution the Tribunal plays to ensure the effective functioning of the UNCLOS regime. In this regard, I want to draw your attention to the role of the Tribunal, although not widely known or appreciated, in facilitating the functioning of Annex 7 arbitral tribunals. As you know, Annex 7 arbitral tribunal is not just one of the four means available under Article 287, but a default forum. As such, a number of disputes concerning the interpretation or application of the convention have been submitted to such arbitration. Therefore, it would be in the interest of states parties to the convention to ensure that Annex 7 arbitration functions effectively. The interaction between tribunal and Annex 7 arbitral tribunal is threefold. First, as I have already mentioned, the tribunal may prescribe provisional measures under Article 290, paragraph 5 of the convention, pending the constitution of the arbitral tribunal. This is one of the most innovative features of the convention. As the constitution of an arbitral tribunal takes time, there should be an arrangement to take care of the urgent need to preserve the rights of parties to the dispute or to prevent serious harm to the marine environment pending the constitution of such tribunal. This urgent procedure has frequently been utilized and its value has been well proven. Second, when parties to the dispute cannot agree upon the appointment of arbitrators within the set time limit, it is the president of the tribunal who will appoint arbitrators in accordance with Article 3 of Annex 7 to the convention. Strictly speaking, of course, this may not be considered interaction between tribunal and Annex 7 arbitral tribunal, as it involves the president of tribunal rather than tribunal itself. Be that as it may, since one of the most difficult yet crucial parts of the arbitration is to compose an arbitral tribunal, and parties to the dispute more often than not are unable to agree on the appointment of arbitrators. The appointing authority of the president of the tribunal is essential to the effective functioning of Annex 7 arbitration. Third, the interaction between the tribunal and Annex 7 arbitration comes not only from the institutional arrangement, but from practice developed over the past 2 decades. In many Annex 7 arbitration, the tribunal's judges have served as arbitrators. This practice has significant advantages. It brings the expertise and experience of the tribunal's judges to the Annex 7 arbitration. And more importantly, it ensures the consistent and coherent interpretation of the convention and thus avoids fragmentation of jurisprudence. It should be recorded in this regard that one of the most serious concerns about Article 287 of the convention was the risk of fragmentation in the sense that different forums could interpret and apply provisions of the convention differently. There was extensive debate about such risk in the early days after the entry into force of the convention. However, today, 26 years later, we no longer hear much about it. This, in my view, this is not least due to the fact that UNCLOS judges have been closely involved with Annex 7 arbitration. Dear colleagues, 40 years after its adoption, it is my assessment that the legal order created by the convention has worked fairly well in promoting the rule of law at sea. The convention has almost achieved universality with 168 states parties so far. Since its adoption, 2 additional implementing agreements have been adopted, and the third is currently under negotiation. The UNCLOS regime is stable, yet flexible enough to accommodate any necessary changes. Of course, this does not mean that there is no problem, challenges, or practice that deviates from the provisions of the convention. There are many. However, the convention has been successful in creating the expectation among states that the rule of law exists and operates across the world's oceans, and that justice can be done for all states, big or small, strong or weak, developed or developing. I hope you agree with me that UNCLOS has played a significant role in this regard. The tribunal is irreplaceable in the effective functioning of the legal order created by the convention. It's the only permanent judicial institution to have been created by UNCLOS. It has duty to act as the principal judicial guardian of the legal order for the oceans. The tribunal is conscious of this role. It has performed its function conscientiously through its reasoned decisions and jurisprudence, and will continue to do so with a strong sense of responsibility. Dear colleagues, I now have come to the end of my speech. Before closing, however, allow me to say a few words about what is happening in Europe and the world today. Although the latest developments in Ukraine are not directly related to the subject of this conference, as an international lawyer, I cannot end my speech as if nothing has happened. Obviously, the past few weeks have been deeply troubling and utterly frustrating, to say the least, for most of us who have a faith in international law and international rule of law. Undoubtedly, what is transpiring in Ukraine has posed a grave threat to the post-1945 liberal international order based on international law and multilateral institutions. Indeed, the international rule of law has currently entered into one of its darkest periods, and we do not know when and how we can get out of it. However, on the other hand, it is quite inspiring to see the way the international community has responded to the latest events. The strong and united, if not unanimous, voice of condemnation gives us some comfort in these dark hours. In my view, such response of the international community signifies more than just moral indignation. It comes from the clear sense of urgency that the fundamental principles, fundamental legal principles, which have underlain the international system are in serious danger. This in turn shows how deeply international law is ingrained in the fabric of contemporary international system. I believe that international law is one of the most important achievements of the international community since the end of the Second World War, and now constitutes one of the pillars of sustaining international order in our time. We cannot afford this pillar being undermined, let alone destroyed, by the challenges and threats we are witnessing today. We have to safeguard this pillar and make every effort to do so. Dear colleagues, this brings me to the end of my speech. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Judge Jin Hyun Paik, for your excellent, impeccable keynote speech touching upon the role of UNCLOS and also UNCLOS at 40, and finally on the dark area that we are facing in Europe in this century. Thank you so much again for your speech. It is now 9 p.m. in Kuala Lumpur and 9 a.m. in New York, I believe, and we are moving on to session 3 of the conference titled Uses and Claims on Continental Shelf. For that, I'm pleased to present the moderator, Professor Lee Quen Nguyen of Seoul National University. It is my privilege to introduce the chair. Quen Nguyen Lee is a professor of law at School of Law, Seoul National University. He received his LLB from Seoul National University, LLM from Georgetown University, and PhD from Cambridge University. He has taught international law at the Korean Naval Academy, Konkuk University, and Kyushu University, and Seoul National University. His previous affiliation includes as Director of Studies at the Hague Academy of International Law and at UNESCO in the field of international protection of cultural objects. He served as the President of Korean Society of International Law in 2021 and as the Vice President of Asia Society International Law 2019 to 2021. He is due to serve as a member of International Law Commission from 2023. Professor Quen, the screen is now yours.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sumati Permal, for your kind introduction. Well, now the time over here in Seoul is 10 p.m. So good evening, based on Seoul time, and good morning and good afternoon. Well, first of all, I'm very delighted and honored to moderate this session titled Uses and Claims on the Continental Shelf at the 45th Conference on Oceans, Law and Policy. Let me express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this conference, starting with MEMA and U.S. Naval War College and World Maritime University and the Korea Maritime Institute and other institutions. Well, we started this conference 3 hours ago, and we are continuing this conference without a break. So maybe it looks like that we are engaging in an academic marathon, or because we are dealing with the law of the sea more appropriately, maybe we are doing some kind of long distance swimming and academic swimming. And I hope that the audience, they will still persevere and benefit from this very rich academic conversation. Well, as I just, well, the title of this year's quote is UNCLOS at 40. Well, I entered college in the same year in 1982, and I took a course, introductory course to international law. And that time around, I heard about something rather exotic called UNCLOS, right, which was just adopted. And now we all know that about the great contribution made by this important document, right? And so we know that due to this document called the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, we were able to construct a viable and sustainable order for the maritime space. So 40 years ago, the then president of the UN Conference on the Law of the Sea, Tommy Koh from Singapore, well, he prophetically announced this document to be a constitution for the oceans. So given the signal contribution made by this crucial document, it would be quite appropriate for us to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the adoption of this important document. Having said that, we all know very well that this important document, or the UNCLOS regime, is facing a number of challenges. Among others, the challenges posed by some of the new problems that were not fully contemplated when this document was adopted 40 years ago. And as you know, at this very moment, the fourth Intergovernmental Conference on BBNJ is being held in New York. And that's an eloquent example. That's one of the representative examples of these new problems, new challenges faced by the UNCLOS regime. So that's the reason why it is quite appropriate for us to hold this conference, and thereby engaging in a kind of stock-taking exercise, looking back at the four past decades of UNCLOS and searching for ways for improving this important normative pillars of the world. Well, in this session, we'll focus on part 6 of the UNCLOS, continental shelf. That is continental shelf. And as you can see from the program of the conference, the title of this session is Uses and Claims on the Continental Shelf. And we are very fortunate to have 4 excellent speakers with us. And I'm sure that they will shed much light on this important question, this important topic, from various perspectives and angles. And well, if you look at the program, there are, I think, maybe 5 other sessions. And the other 5 sessions, they have just 3 speakers. And in our case, we are lucky enough to have 4 speakers. And so first, our first speaker, let me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Professor Ari Afriansyah. He's an associate professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Indonesia. And besides teaching duties, he is dealing with many questions. And one of his jobs is that he is a editor-in-chief of the Indonesian Yearbook of International Law. And I had the pleasure of working with him for the Asian Society of International Law, where he is now serving as one of the 5 vice presidents. And he has received his PhD from the University of Otago, New Zealand, and that was in 2013. And his presentation is titled Laws and Policies of Submarine Cables and Pipelines in Some Southeast Asian Countries. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Afriansyah to give his speech. Professor, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your very kind introduction. Dear professors, colleagues, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's very honored for me to be in this part of this very important conference and a very important moment, UNCLOS at 40. And thank you very much for the organizers from the Stockton Center, the Malaysian Maritime Institute, the Korean Maritime Institute, the World Maritime University, and all the co-organizers that I cannot mention all by one. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, please allow me to share my screen. Yeah, so tonight in my time, I would like to share my ongoing research that talks about the laws and policies on the submarine cables and pipelines in some Southeast Asian countries. Why I'm saying only some Southeast Asian countries, because at the time of this presentation, I have not done yet all of the Southeast Asian countries. Indeed, it is quite challenging to find the national regulations that relevant to this matter. So if we take a look at the UNCLOS, maybe we could not find the definition of the submarine and cables and pipelines. But from the practice, we know that at least the submarine cables can be divided into two types. The first one is the communication cables and also the power cables, where the submarine pipelines is usually used for transport natural resources from one place to another, because usually these natural resources found in a very remote place, even in the middle of the sea. I think we can find that many international documents echoing that these submarine cables and pipelines is actually a critical communication infrastructure and vitally important to the global economy and the national security of all states. So the submarine cables and pipelines indeed actually not only relates to the economy of the states, but also the security of the state as well, especially to the coastal state. And if we take a look again more in depth, we know that we are so much now independent of the communication, and submarine cables to transmit data is play important role, because without that infrastructure, I don't think that we can have this session today and tomorrow. And whereas submarine power cables, I guess this is one of the critical infrastructure where countries like Indonesia is very quite trying to make this, let's say, the development for this electricity, for example, to be widespread in all over areas. We know that some critics saying that maybe some development only occur in some big islands, but Indonesia is really trying to make this development into all of those areas. And we're talking about the infrastructure communication worldwide, and where we're connecting from one continent to another continent, then this location of the submarine communication cable will be used in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And of course, this will be relates to the ongoing negotiation when we're talking about the areas beyond national jurisdiction, and also the protection to the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. We can see from the picture how we are related by the submarine cables from one continent to another. And we can see we are quite connected with this submarine cables. And if we zoom in to the some areas of the Southeast Asia, this is quite critical and crucial, because eventually not only the potential of the natural resources, but also the infrastructure of the submarine cables is actually located into the ongoing maritime dispute between some of the countries in the area. And it's quite complex, and especially with some hubs that's quite busy. And we can imagine that if the conflict is brought up to an open conflict, and this would be quite a dangerous situation for all of us. Oops, sorry. And if we take a look at the legal regimes internationally, of course, not until the UNCLOS that the regulation of these submarine cables and pipelines is actually recognized by the international community, where actually those who are doing this work, actually the private sectors, the companies, but then it also the role of the state is also equally important, because they are the one who actually have this sovereignty to negotiate all of the right and obligation under the public spheres. And if we take a look at the UNCLOS, of course, the rights to lay submarine cables and pipelines is included to the freedom of the high seas. However, at the same time, despite that's becoming the freedom of the high seas, and we know that this laying of submarine cables and pipelines is actually located on top of the seabed of the continental shelf of the coastal state, then it would be the consideration for the coastal state as well to take care of this infrastructure, that they have to, again, both of the coastal state and the user state to have a due regards, yeah, for both interests of the users. And especially when we're talking about the archipelagic state, for especially like Indonesia, we have this obligation to respect the existing submarine and cables and pipelines laid by other states, because we kind of closing the used to be high seas into the archipelagic waters. And we have the obligation, again, to permit the maintenance and the replacement to ensure that this infrastructure is well maintained to the users. In the Article 79, we know that this is quite clear at the regime of the continental shelf, and we're talking about these submarine cables and pipelines, where we can see how this balancing of interest, this balancing of benefits from the coastal state and also the user state needs to be in balance, because both of this group of states is actually having the same concern apart from the location, because the user state is using other areas for their interest, but then at the same time the coastal state also have the interest the same, and also regarding the security as well. So if we give this so-called the scale, of course, we're not quite be quite in balance. Of course, when the coastal state hit harder to the interest, then the user state will try to balance of this due regard, and this is will be happening in the practice. That's why when we take a look at the issues that might come up to this practice, we know that the spatial planning of a coastal state can be one of the issue that can be in consideration for this laying of the submarine cables and pipelines. And we also the other activities that can be formed as a threat to this infrastructure as a direct damage. For example, anchorings, dredgings, and also dumpings. There are so many incidents happening, at least to my knowledge, in Indonesian waters. Anchorings of coming from the vessel is damaging these pipelines and also these cables, and it creates havoc in the area, and the effect is quite significant, and it can impacting many communities in the area. And again, when we're also talking about the exploitation and the exploration and the exploitation of the water column and the seafloor for the economic purposes, this can be also the quite striking the balance between the coastal state and also the user state. And sometimes the obligation of due regards can be overly interpreted, but also at the same time can be overly underlooked by the concerned states as well. So that's why my research is trying to look whether these national practices in terms of their national regulation is actually in line with the international regulation, especially in UNCLOS, and how how their regulation and policies is actually can be in conformity with this kind of a balance of interest between the coastal state and the user states. I will be looking at Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, Myanmar, and lastly, of course, Indonesia, where I can give you a more detail about Indonesia. So first, again, to my colleagues that maybe know more about your country, please do bear with me because, again, my disclaimer to have an ongoing research. So I found that at least I will put this on the really relevant regulation that in Malaysia has an exclusive economic zone that in Article 22, it said that no person shall lay submarine cables and pipelines in the EEZ or on the continental shelf without the consent of the government to the delineation of the course and laying of such cable and pipelines. And at the same time, the regulation also posed the obligation to the owner of the submarine cable and pipelines that if the infrastructure is no longer used or beyond repair, then they have the obligation to inform the government so that they can supervise the removal of such infrastructure for the security consideration. Next, for the Singaporean, they have this Maritime and Port Authority regulations, something where there's a regulation saying that no person may lay, lift, repair, or inspect any submarine cables on a pipeline without the permission from the port master. And the port master may give such permission and impose such condition as appropriate, and imposing the obligation to the owner, to relay the cable or the pipelines be outside the area approved by the port master, and again remove the infrastructure if they're no longer used. As for the Vietnam, it is included in the law on the Vietnam Sea, where again the regulation acknowledge that Vietnam respect the freedom, the right to lay cables and pipelines, where it is stated in UNCLOS. And at the same time, the Vietnam state also requires the approval in writing from the competent state agencies for installing cables and underground pipes. That's around the economic zones, and also at the continental shelf, while respecting this right, again, for those who wish to install the cables and underground pipelines within the continental shelf, there should be a writing approval from the competent agencies. And other provisions talking about the right of innocent passage, it is required that upon performing rights of innocent passage in the Vietnam waters, the foreign organization or individuals have to follow, including in protection of the cables and pipelines. Next country that I'm looking at is Myanmar, where in Article 21, again, the state acknowledge the right of other state for this light submarine cables and pipelines, and they also not only in the EEZ but also at the continental shelf. However, again, this right must be conducted with the prior permission from the government, especially for extending or maintaining submarine cables and pipelines. And lastly, for Indonesia, we have quite a few that Indonesia first also acknowledging the rights of other states to lay the submarine cables and pipelines, where at the same time we also try to stress that we do have so much concern about this infrastructure, especially those who are using our continental shelf and also the existing infrastructure that already within our archipelagic waters as well. Starting from the our law on EEZ, our law on Indonesian waters, the law on the management of coastal zone and small islands, and we have a few recent regulations. There are law on maritime affairs, the government regulations on national marine and spatial planning, the government regulation on marine construction and installation, and the latest one, it was issued in December 2021. That is the Minister of Marine Affairs decree on delineation of the pipelines and submarine cables. And the latest ministerial decree, it provides a very specific coordinates to which routes or areas that for other countries to lay the new infrastructure to be in consideration to this regulation. And especially for the permit, of course, Indonesia also requires the permit and approval. And there are quite steps to get this approval. First, we have to be clearance for the security that is coming from the Minister of Defense. And then after the security is clear, then we have to go to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries to ensure the suitability of marine space utilization activities. Once it is clear, then we have to go to the Minister of Investment to get the business identification number, especially for the foreign investment as well. Then once we get this business number, then we have to get the approval for doing the environmental impact assessment, because having this infrastructure, it is considered as the high-risk activities that may have threats to the marine environment. And lastly, when we're going to the waters, the Indonesian Navy, through its Hydro-Oceanography Division, will conduct the marine mapping and coordinate with the Ministry and Marine Affairs and Fisheries to verify the marine space. And if we take a look at the delineation of the pipelines, this is not quite few, because it relates to the natural resources that will be transferred from one place to another. If we compare to the submarine cable power, it's quite different, yeah, because as I said before, we're trying to make a more even development, especially for the electricity from one place to another. And we have at least four landing cable station. There's in the west in Batam, and then in the middle we have Manado and Kupang, and on the eastern part in Jayapura. And I have this contact. I've been contacted by national power from outside Indonesia, and very concerned about this new regulation, because when they're trying to offer, or they're trying to make the submarine cables through Indonesia, and will be quite a challenge for the Indonesian regulation. So if we take a look at least these 5 countries, we know that the regulation and the application mostly on the EEZ and the continental shelf, and all of them have the specific authorities to whom that they need to be aware of this installation. And regulation, again, my apologies if I'm not very comprehensive to this research. So my final notes, I guess at this stage, I can say safely that most of the coastal states in the area do respect the right of other states to lay submarine cables and pipelines on their continental shelves. And most coastal states so regulates how the laying of these submarine cables and pipelines on the continental shelf by other states to ensure safety and the preservation of the existing cables and pipelines. And in terms of the consideration of the security and also the other security, consideration, all states require permit and approval by the appointed authorities throughout the regulations. And especially for the archipelagic state like Indonesia, of course, the laying of these cable and pipelines is all subject to national laws and policy. And I guess to understand further of this practice, we need to have a thorough and a more closer investigation on each countries. And one additional note that I have mentioned in the beginning, since I only focus on the national policies, but I guess on my research, I do pay attention that this ongoing negotiation of this marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction can also be in effect with the existing or the new laying of the submarine cables and pipelines, especially when we're talking about the area-based management tools and also the environmental impact assessment. I guess that's all, Professor Lee. I'm sorry if I don't take the time very well. I think we can have more on the discussion. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Professor Afriensia. Well, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And even though this subject has not been dealt with that much by international lawyers, we can see from Professor Afriensia's presentation how important these issues are, right? So just recently, I think just last month, there was some cut in the submarine cables, and which caused a huge disruption to internet connection in Pakistan. And we encounter this kind of news quite often. So, and when it comes to pipeline, well, these days, in connection with the Ukrainian situation, we often hear of Nord Stream 1 and 2. And well, I read that due to the ambiguities of some of the terms used in Article 79 of the UNCLOS, there was quite a number of problems in the construction of this pipeline. So once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Afriensia, and well, especially his presentation was quite excellent in delving into the question of the delicate balance which one can find in Article 79 of the UNCLOS, how it is reflected in the domestic implementing legislation. So once again, thank you very much. And by the way, during your presentation, one question was put in the Q&A section, and it was put by Commander Samadar, and he's asking the legal basis for laying seabed sensors and cables in the areas beyond national jurisdiction to detect submarines. I wonder whether you can address the question, and probably we can ask Professor James Kraska and Professor Raul Pedrosa, who are specialists on this question. So we'll get back to the question later. And let me invite our second speaker, Professor Ugel Ager. I don't know whether I pronounced his name properly. And Professor Ager is currently a professor of international law and head of the Department of Public Law at Faculty of Law, Ankara Yildirim Beyazıt University in Turkey. And he also works as a senior researcher in National Center for Sea and Marine Law, which happens to be one of the co-organizers of this conference. And so his areas of expertise are international maritime law, international law of armed conflicts, and international human rights law. And he did his postdoctoral studies at the Faculty of Law at the University of Hawaii in the USA. And so we are very happy to have him as a speaker in this session. And without further ado, let me give the floor to Professor Ajer. Professor, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Guan. I would like to also thank Maritime Institute of Malaysia and some other supporting institutions, including DEHUCAM, which I belong to. It's a great pleasure, actually, for me to be invited to speak on a very significant topic to a very distinguished participants. My presentation is actually going to be about, resource-related activities affect on the rights of other states in an undelimited maritime areas of continental shelf. These issues sometimes cause disputes between the states if there is a maritime area, there is a continental shelf to be delimited before an international court or tribunal, on the argument that such activities, resource-related activities, especially the exploration and exploitation activities and some other related activities, could cause irreparable damage to the rights of other states. Such arguments have been dealt with by some international tribunals, arbitral tribunals, by International Court of Justice and International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea in some occasions. One of the most recent occasion was actually a delimitation case between Ghana and Ivory Coast. In that case, actually, Ivory Coast requested interim measures of protection from the Special Chamber of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, and the Special Chamber actually issued an order in April 2015, and I'm actually basically going to try to summarize what are the arguments of both sides concerning these activities during the delimitation case, and what is the order of the chamber, and what are the justifications actually. Ivory Coast requested from the special chamber, to issue that Ghana is not going to take any resource-related activities, especially the exploration and exploitation activities during the case, as Ivory Coast, argued that it's going to, give a irreparable damage to the rights of Ivory Coast if there is no such measures. More specifically, actually, the Ivory Coast requested from the chamber to rule out that the Ghana should refrain from any steps, to get information out of the ongoing or future exploration and exploitation activities, and stop any activity that could damage to environment. These are actually the basic, measures that Ivory Coast requested from the chamber to rule. If you look at the justifications why Ivory Coast, argued that these activities are going to give a damage to the rights of Ivory Coast if Ghana continues any exploration and exploitation activities. Firstly, it says that it has, sovereign rights over the continental shelf that it claimed, and because of the sovereign rights, it should have an exclusive access to confidential information about the possible resources of continental shelves. So that was the first point that Ivory Coast emphasized. It should have an exclusive access to these confidential information. The second was that, Ivory Coast said that if this, especially drilling activities, continue, it will damage the physical, characteristics of the, seabed of continental shelf. So it's not going to be able to be repaired or compensated because it's just a physical damage to the continental shelf. That was the second justification for Ivory Coast to request interim measures. And the third justification was actually that, the Ivory Coast emphasized that such activities are going to give a damage, irreparable damage to the environment as well, environment of its own continental shelf, assuming that that area is going to be given to Ivory Coast as a result of the court decision. So if we summarize briefly what Ivory Coast requested is actually, it requested that the interim measures of protection should only apply to the disputed area, not all area. So it was not the Ivory Coast argument that the Ghana should stop all such activities in any sea area surrounding these two countries. So it only requested interim measures in a disputed area, which is defined as a triangle area between these literal two states. And also, actually the Ivory Coast did not only request the dissemination of information, but also prevention of all exploration and exploitation operations. So it was not only the Ivory Coast request to stop any dissemination of information that brought from these activities, but also it requested to stop all these such activities, including exploration and exploitation activities. So that was actually the second main point that Ivory Coast actually requested as a justification from the court. And also, any activity that would harm environment was again another point in the argument of Ivory Coast. As opposed to these arguments, Ghana actually pointed out that there was already a delimited or agreed maritime boundary between two countries, which was not objected to by Ivory Coast. So what Ghana was trying to say that there was already a maritime boundary, which is actually which was agreed on by both sides. So there was no need to order some interim measures of protection, and Ghana just assumed that that line is going to be determined as a boundary eventually by the court. So another point is that the Ghana made, it said that its all activities are not going to damage or are not damaging the environment because it took all the necessary precautions to prevent any environmental damage. It selected the companies carefully, it put necessary regulations in order to prevent the environmental damage. So that was another point in the Ghana's argument. So how about the findings of the court? Since we are 4 speakers and I have to be concise as much as possible, I will try to, summarize the findings of court quite briefly. Let me summarize what is the findings, what is the elements in the decision of the special chamber. Eventually, actually, the chamber ruled that there was a inevitable and imminent risk of damage to the rights of Ivory Coast. That was the basic finding of the special chamber. So, assuming that there would be an imminent danger of damage to the rights of Ivory Coast, it ruled on some provisional measures. Let me briefly remind you what are the elements for a court or for a tribunal to rule on interim measures of protection. The first one is that the tribunal should find a link between the measures requested and the rights to be protected by the court. So that was the first element. The second one is that courts have always, determined initially whether they have a jurisdiction prima facie in the before ruling on the provisional measures. The another element is that there should be an imminent possibility of imminent danger to the rights of either side. So that's another point that the court should establish to rule on the provisional measures. From these elements, the court said that Ghana shall take all the necessary steps to ensure that no new drilling, either by Ghana or under its contract, take place in disputed area, not in all maritime areas of continental shelf, but only in disputed areas as defined by the parties and by the special chamber previous to this order. Secondly, actually, this first point is quite significant because Ghana is not going to take any drilling activity. So that's a significant measure that the tribunal ruled. The second point is that Ghana shall take all necessary steps to prevent information resulting from past, ongoing, or future exploration activities conducted by Ghana. So the second point relates to the information that would be collected from such activities. That's a significant measure because in order to prevent such information, you have to stop even the exploration activities. Actually, that's why this measure is also significant. Another point that the court made is that Ghana shall carry out strict and continuous monitoring of all its activities in order to prevent any serious harm to the maritime environment. That's another significant measures that court ruled out. These have been the measures that the Ghana should take according to the order of the chamber. The remaining measures are actually, directed to the both sides, such as, both sides shall take all necessary steps to prevent serious harm to marine environment. And another measure is that these two countries shall pursue cooperation and refrain from any unilateral action that might lead to aggravating the dispute. That's a quite general definition. Any activities that could, lead to aggravating the dispute. That means it's like they would not, perform any action that would create tension between two countries. That's the last point, actually, the court made as a provisional measure. That's a turning point, in my opinion, that, in a case, a court took quite seriously the circumstances of special case to rule on some measures of interim measures of protection, even that cover even the exploration activities, not only the drilling and exploitation activities, but also the exploration activities, if in a given case is going to lead to a quite significant amount of information that should be kept confidential for a possible owner of these two countries. So that's why I say that it's a quite significant order, and maybe for many maritime areas of the world, we know that there are such disputes are going on. So it means that, if they bring these cases to an international tribunal or ICJ, they may need to stop almost all activities. Of course, the last point is that the court, as the special chamber emphasized, the circumstances of a single case is unique. All these measures should be decided according to the special circumstances or peculiar circumstances of a given case. So I have to stop, I think, here in order to save a time. Thank you very much for again allowing me to speak to such a distinguished audiences.
Well, Professor Ajer, thank you very much for your very detailed analysis of this very important judgment rendered by the special chamber of the UNCLOS in 2017. And by the way, during your speech, I shared with the audience the title of your presentation, and I also shared with them the judgment and at the same time the separate opinion rendered by Judge Jin Hyun Park, who just delivered his keynote speech. So I'm sure, well, if Judge Park is still around, probably I can ask him to make comments on your presentation. And you dealt with a really important question, right? And how to conduct, how to let's say regulate all these resource-related activities in an undelimited body of waters. So, if I'm not mistaken, the ICJ dealt with that question to some extent in the 1976 Aegean continental shelf case, and then of course there was 2007 Guyana versus Suriname case, and this 10 years later this important case, Ghana/Cote d'Ivoire. So this has to do with the maintenance of international peace and security as well. So once again, I thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I'm sure that there will be lots of questions and comments on your presentation. And as before handing over the floor to our next speaker, let me just check some of the questions. So we have some other questions put to Professor Afriancia, right? It was put by Tuk Pham. So why was Indonesia so soft about China's HD-10 survey vessel operating inside Indonesia's EEZ and continental shelf last year? So I hope that Professor Afriancia can take note of this and address it later. And another question there. We'll discuss it. I hope that Professor Afriancia can address the question later on. Okay, and there was some exchange in the chat room between Professor Afriancia and Professor Dr. Honeyval. So we'll get back to that exchange later. Well, that boils down to how to interpret paragraph 2 of Article 79. So we'll get back to that later on. All right, and then let me invite our third speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Sunil Kumar Agarwal, and he is now working as a member of the Indian Society of International Law, and the title of his presentation is India's Continental Shelf Claim in the Arabian Sea and the Circling Geopolitics. Let me see, and the subtitle is Issues and Challenges. And Dr. Agarwal is an international lawyer and strategic and security affairs analyst. And he has a very illustrious career. So he holds a PhD in international law from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And he participated in many academies of international law, including the Hague Academy of International Law and other academies. And I'm quite struck by the fact that he participated in the inaugural session of the Yosu Academy of Korea Maritime Institute in 2014, where I had the pleasure and privilege of working as one of the teaching staffs. And so, and he was Nippon Fellow at the UNCLOS and Doctoral Scholar at the Hague Academy of International Law. So we have such an excellent speaker. And so let me invite Dr. Agarwal to give his speech, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee. It's nice pleasure to see you after a long time. So nice introduction you made. In fact, the USOC Academy was a very great experience for me to listen to your idea about international law, etc. And so to coming to my topic, sir, I would be covering basically the geopolitics in the Indian Ocean region. Am I audible to all of you, sir, please? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will be covering the geopolitics in the Indian Ocean region, primarily the Pearl Creek geopolitics and its relation with the delineation issues that we have between India and Pakistan. So it is titled as India's continental shelf claims in the Arabian Sea, Pearl Creek geopolitics, legal issues and challenges. Okay. So I structured my presentation into this, as the slide shows, the introduction, about the Article 76 and the India's claim, the dispute, some observations and remarks. Okay. So let me introduce this delineation in the Arabian Sea. As we know that India, as all other nations, had to submit this claim for the outer limits of continental shelf beyond 2,200 nautical miles to CLCS within 10 years to fulfill its obligation under the Article 76 of UNCLOS. So that time was 2009. Many of the countries submitted. India was one of the countries which submitted partial submission for the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. Now, India's claim in the ECS claim includes two regions, the eastern region, eastern offshore region, and the western offshore region. The eastern offshore region consists of claims in Bay of Bengal and the Andaman region. In fact, currently these have been, the discussion on these, consideration on these two issues have been deferred by the CLCS. Presently, the CLC is considering this western offshore region. So I will be just focusing on the western offshore region in the Arabian Sea delineation. Now, according to after this submission of this India's claim in 2009, as we know, because the CLCS took this issue of this extension, this claim for a continental shelf in almost after 10 years, in 2019 August, and it constituted a subcommission to examine the submissions with respect to Arabian Sea and not to consider and defer the eastern offshore region, as I mentioned. Subsequent to this, all these events happening, Pakistan, the neighboring country, they raised this issue of some Greek dispute before the UN Secretary General to prevent CLCS from considering the submission. So let me get into the Article 76. Now the obligations that we have, basically the regime, the continental shelf regime. As we know, the Article 76 UNCLOS defines the continental shelf as well as outlines the methods for delineation of the outer limits beyond 200 nautical miles for the coastal states baseline. So as we can see from this chart, continental shelf is beyond, external continental shelf claim is beyond 200 nautical miles. Basically, the claim has to be based on some sort of geophysical and geomorphological kind of evidences. That is, whether there is some sort of continental margin exists or not. All right. So the legal continental shelf is different from the natural continental shelf. As we know, this UNCLOS only deals with the legal continental shelf, which beyond 200 is up to the outer edge of the continental margin. And the maximum entitlement to the coastal state is only up to 300 nautical miles from the coastal baseline. That is the distance criteria. Other criteria, 100 nautical miles from the 2,500 isobar. That is the depth right. All right. Now, coming to the next slide, as we know, this claim is it is not only the entitlement to the coastal states. The coastal states also have the obligation to submit this claim for the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles, because of the fact that beyond this national jurisdiction lies the area which is administered by the International Seabird Authority under the Article 157 of UNCLOS. So delineation of the outer continental shelf is very much important for operationalization of the area under ISA. Now, this, in fact, this within this Article 76, 70, that is subclause 76.7 and subclause 8, the coastal states have the obligation to submit this claim to delineate the outer limits of ECS, as well as to submit information pertaining to this ECS claim to the Commission on Limits of Continental Shelf, CLCS, set up under Annex 2 of the UNCLOS. So this is basically, as we know, CLC is a body of experts. It is not a kind of a permanent body, but it is an expert which has been authorized or mandated to consider and recommend the claim for the extended continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. As I mentioned already, the operationalization of the area under the International Seabird Authority is contingent upon the finalization of the outer limits of continental shelf. As to the date, around 90 claims are there, and some kind of a partial submissions in terms of partial submissions are also there. So it is very difficult, as we know, for this expert body to consider kind of all the claims together. So they are following a kind of rules of procedure. They have followed certain kind of a technical guidelines. All these things are there in terms of kind of giving a proper kind of consideration of the evidences submitted by the coastal states. So just going to the next slide, that is that India's ECS claim in the Arabian Sea. In fact, India submitted its this claim for the extended continental shelf based on the state lines connecting to 220. There is 220 fixed points, among which 171 points lies on the 150 nautical mile constant line. 28 points lies on the 1% sediment thickness formula line. 2 points lines are on the 200 nautical mile baseline, and the 19 points basically, which is the point of which are the basically the contentious points, lies on the potential India-Pak maritime boundary based on the median equidistance principle. All right. And to consider all these things, in the August 2019, as I mentioned, the LCS established a subcommission to examine the information and to see whether India is entitled to this claim or not. Till date, the progress as in this is expressed to the ECS claim in the CLCS is after the submission, constitution of the subcommission includes basically in October 2019, they had 3 meetings with the India delegations. They also conducted, they also considered the taste of apprentice, which was satisfied, and then they basically approved the go ahead with the scientific and the technical examination. This is how they commence this scientific and technical examination commenced after this test of apprentice. That is, they have to show the foot of slope exists. There has to be foot of slope, etc. That criteria, technical criteria is there. The technical guidelines are there. That has to be satisfied prior to the in February, again 2020, they had 2 meetings with the delegation. They continued with this technical examination and sought some sort of clarification from the Indian delegation basically with regard to the evidence submitted by the delegation. Afterwards, in June 2020 and January 2021, Pakistan raised this issue of Sar Creek dispute before the UN Secretary General and wrote a kind of a note verbal, raised a note verbal before them objecting to the India's claim. Objecting to the Indian claim and asking basically CLCS not to proceed with the submission. Now, during this last 2020, they had the CLCS commission had 2 meetings in October and November, and during that time they took up this objection, the communication raised by this Pakistan, and sought the guidelines from the CLCS. As you know, the CLCS is the whole body, and some commission is basically composed of is kind of a part of the CLCS, which is constituted just to examine the evidences submitted by the coastal state. So CLCS guidelines was sought on the Pakistan objection. Still, they continued with this scientific and technical examination. So currently they are working on basically considering the scientific and technical data submitted by the Indian side. All right. So in the next slide, I am trying to just show you how this, what is this clay, I'm just trying to show you what is this Sar Creek dispute all about and what is the geopolitics around this issue is actually is all about. All right. So this Sar Creek is basically the creek area. This is a marshy area, very muddy and marshy area where basically you don't have the proper kind of a land area. You cannot. It is not habitable in the sense that it is very marshy, muddy. So it is very difficult to even patrol this area, and this is how it has happened. The Sar Creek area is all about 96 kilometer long water strip dispute between India and Pakistan in the run of Kutch Marsh Island. This is an area which is in the border state of Gujarat, which is on the western side of India and which is connected to the Arabian Sea. All right. Now, in fact, as you can see from this pictures which I have tried to point out how this exactly physically exists there, what is the physical location there. In fact, the India's last border pillar 1175, very popular pillar, is with Pakistan is situated in this muddy and salty marshland, and because of the diplomatic stalemate having embedded in the Pakistan history of hostility since 1947, this dispute remains unresolved. As we know that prior to 1947, Pakistan was a part of India, and India was after partition. India was partitioned, and Pakistan came into existence in 1947. This, in fact, this dispute exists prior to that partition era in the history when there was the princely state. I'm not going to the history. I'm just trying to highlight how this system is embedded in the history and the hostilities that we have in today, and it is shaping basically it is the reason behind the geopolitics. So primarily the fact remains that Pakistan insists to link the Sar Creek issue with the Kashmir issue. Kashmir is a kind of a border issue between India and Pakistan in the northern area, and it has nothing to do with this maritime delimitation or maritime dispute, but they are trying to link it with the Kashmir issue because they consider Kashmir to be the core issue between India and Pakistan because it is geopolitics. That is this is how the geopolitics is linked with this maritime issue, and there is a stalemate in this kind of. There are some sort of negotiations have happened, but between the two countries, because this is very easy. It is not a kind of a very border issue in the sense that it is not a kind of a core issue between the two countries, but it's still there because since 2012, there is no kind of a stalemate between negotiation on the Turkic issue. So the status quo remains, and as you can see from this picture, the land pillar that we have, this shows this is a kind of a barren land that we have. And coming to this geopolitics, because that is how it is linked. In fact, this region is a kind of an infiltration prone area. In the sense that the border is open, there is no kind of a boundary, like that boundary we have in between Pakistan and India, almost from Kashmir to all the border states till Gujarat. But this area, you cannot construct, the boundary, and they are trying to, but the border still remains open. And in fact, because of this openness of this border, it has become a kind of soft target for cross-border terrorism. So India is basically a kind of a victim of the cross-border terrorism. In fact, this Mumbai attack, terrorist attack, originated is linked with this sort of this area only, because the terrorists use this sea route through this area only to inflate it into the Indian state and to attack that famous terrorist attack case in Mumbai, where it was it was a kind of international issue, because it was a very fatal terrorist attack case. I'm not getting into the details of that case. Second point is, it is a kind of a militarized zone, in the sense that both sides are patrolling this area. Patrolling in the sense that from the Indian side is the BSF, the Border Security Force, which has got a specialized commando, and the Coast Guard which are patrolling this area. You can see from this picture, I have taken this is a picture where we have the amphibian kind of a vehicle, just going through the pillar one that I mentioned, that famous pillar, just a minute. So 1175. And similarly, on the Pakistan side also, we have this Park Rangers, and then they have the special the Maritime Security Agency, which is patrolling this area. So it is a very tense area in terms of the geopolitical kind of a dimension to this dispute is concerned. And added to this is the potential China threat now, because of the fact that China is also now, the Pakistan is having a kind of a cooperation with China in terms of the, developing a Guarda Fort, in terms of constructing a kind of a transportation corridor, etc. And in this region also, they have leased 55 square kilometer area in 2019, which is just 10 kilometers away from the international border area, international border. And there is a location called Harami Nala, which is basically, that is a place which is very porous for infiltration, which has been given to Chinese company, and there are apprehension that this could be a kind of could be used to kind of it poses a kind of a China threat to this whole scenario also. All right. So coming to, I have made some observation based on my analysis, and some of my observations. One, I think that the Pakistan's not verbal, as we have seen it. I try to analyze it, that to the UN Secretary General does not contemplate any overlapping extended continental self-claim with India. In fact, Pakistan has already notified its continental self-claims, notified outer limits of continental self beyond 200 nautical miles in March 2015, after it was approved by the CLCS. In fact, CLCS has approved Pakistan's extended claim in the continental shelf in that region only. These lines are established they have established based on the recommendation, CLCS recommendations, which are final and binding. So the point is, any claim beyond 200 nautical miles, 350 nautical miles cut-off line will be in violation of UNCLOS. So Pakistan cannot claim anything beyond 350 nautical miles. This is UNCLOS. All right. Second point is that delineation of the outer limits of continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles is critical to operationalization of international seabed regime by ISA. In fact, the ISA is involved in kind of giving leads for the extraction of deep sea minerals, etc. And to operationalize that regime successfully, it is important to delineate that area which comes under the ISA. So it is very much important that outer limits are kind of delineated as soon as possible. Fourthly, that the coastal states are obliged to submit information to the LCS under Article 76, para 8 to establish their outer limits. And India's submission does not prejudice the delimitation of maritime boundary with Pakistan and Arabian Sea. That is in accordance with Article 76, para 10 of UNCLOS. All right. Based on, so I just conclude, sir. In fact, as I mentioned, this part 6 of continental shelf regime itself obliges coastal states to make the submission because of this is that area delineation of area is involved. All right, and the geopolitics underlies that Pakistan's objection on the CLCS consideration of India's submission in respect of this Arabian Sea claim area. Fourthly, that the geopolitical considerations should not be taken. That is my submission, sir. That this consideration should not be taken into account in the scientific because the CLCS is mandated to do the scientific and the technical examination of the claim and not to get into the political side of it. All right, dimension of it. So this the establishment of exact geographical limits of area under ISA depends on the delineation of these limits, this continental safe limits. And in fact, so far only 10 states have deposited their chart in accordance with Article 84, para 2 of UNCLOS. So we can see that much remains to be done, and because of the workload on the CLCS, unless and until things are done in a kind of as soon as possible, it will be very difficult to delineate the area under the ISA, and would be very, very difficult to operationalize this part 11 regime, that is the deep seabed mining regime of UNCLOS. And finally, sir, that CLCS, I would say, it's just justified in disregarding the Pakistan objections and adopting a recommendation with respect to India's claim as stipulated Article 70, para 10, Rule 46, and Annex 1 of the CLCS Rules of Procedure. So I would be happy, sir. With this, I close my presentation. I would be happy if there are any questions about all these issues and for clarification and for elaboration. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for your excellent presentation. So in his presentation, he discussed how the tension between India and Pakistan appeared in the context of the law of the sea, in particular, in relation to, in connection with Article 76 CLCS. And also he pointed out the interface between international law and geopolitics. Once again, thank you. And let me introduce our last speaker, fourth speaker, Professor Nishimoto Kentaro. He's a professor at Tohoku University, and the title of the presentation is The Possible Impact of the BBNJ Agreement on the Rights of Coastal States over their Continental Shelf. As I mentioned, the BBNJ, the fourth Intergovernmental Conference on BBNJ, is taking place in New York. It just started March 7th, running until 18th of March. So I'm sure that this is one of the most topical issues in the law of the sea. So without further ado, he has a very illustrious career, academic career, and at the same time he published a great deal. But without further ado, let me invite Professor Nishimoto to make his presentation. Professor, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for the very kind introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for this opportunity to speak. And I should express my gratitude. And it's really an honor for me to speak among the distinguished speakers. So just please allow me to share my presentation first. And I hope you can see the slide now. And so my presentation will focus on the question of how the BBNJ agreement may impact or interact with the legal regime of the continental shelf, especially the part of the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And as just explained by Professor Lee, this process has been ongoing based on the UNGA resolution 69/92, which was in 2015, which decided to develop an international legally binding instrument under UNCLOS. And the fourth session of the BBNJ conference is currently taking place in the UN headquarters in person as we speak until the end of this week. And my understanding is that the issues regarding the BBNJ agreement is going to be discussed in another session in this conference in more detail. But I thought it would be appropriate and also important to discuss the impact of the BBNJ in this session as an issue about the continental shelf. And this is because an important characteristic of the continental shelf regime is that it has always coincided with another legal regime in the superadjacent water column. And since the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles is vertically adjacent to the high seas, developments in regard to the high seas could raise additional issues in regard to how coastal states exercise their rights over their continental shelves and how those rights could be balanced with uses and also now measures adopted on the high seas. And the BBNJ negotiations consist of 4 different elements. I'm sure you will be hearing more in the session devoted to BBNJ. But for my discussion here, I would like to focus on 2 of the 4 elements. The first is on marine genetic resources, or MGRs, and the other is area-based management tools, including MPAs. However, this is not to say that there are no issues for the other elements of the so-called package for the continental shelf. They will not be covered today simply due to time constraints. And so the current negotiations on the BBNJ agreement are based on a document entitled the Revised Draft Treaty Text, which was prepared by the president of the conference based on the discussions until the previous intergovernmental conference, and this was in 2020, before the 4th session was postponed due to COVID-19. And the negotiations are still based on this document. And with regard to the general relationship between the BBNJ agreement and the continental shelf, there is a provision, Article 4.2 of the draft treaty text, which has the wording, the rights and jurisdiction of coastal states in all areas under national jurisdiction, including the continental shelf within and beyond 200 nautical miles, and the exclusive economic zone shall be respected in accordance with the convention. And from this, I think you can see that states are conscious of any impact that the new agreement can have on areas within national jurisdiction, and perhaps especially with regard to the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. However, the legal implications of the term shall be respected, to me at least, is not very clear. And it is also unclear whether this provision adds anything, for example, to paragraph 1 of the same article, which provides that the agreement is not to prejudice the rights, jurisdiction, and duties of states under the convention. So thus it would seem necessary to consider the more specific cases where the relationship between the BBNJ agreement and the continental shelf could become an issue. And the first issue is relating to marine genetic resources. And with regard to MGRs, the main concern is that there could be some difficulties in distinguishing the MGRs that are subject to coastal state sovereign rights on the one hand, and the MGRs that are going to be subject to whatever legal regime will be applied under the new BBNJ agreement. And of course, coastal states have sovereign rights over the natural resources of the continental shelf. We have a definition of natural resources in Article 77.4 that includes not only mineral resources, but also sedentary species. And the term sedentary species also has a definition, and you will see that the familiar definition is on the slide. And I think it's well known that this definition has led to some difficulties in terms of its practical application, but there will be further problems when we attempt to apply this definition to marine genetic resources. And a number of authors have pointed out that the term harvestable stage is difficult to apply to marine genetic resources to begin with. And also, if the collection of marine genetic resources is considered harvesting, any organism that is not permanently fixed to the seabed or the subsoil could be regarded as falling outside the concept of sedentary species. And in addition to such issues regarding the rather textual interpretations, difficulty associated with textual interpretation, more importantly, authors such as Joanna Mossop has pointed out that there may be a need to consider approaches moving away from the artificial distinction between sedentary and other species, which would not really make sense in the context of marine genetic resources. But how this discussion and this issue has received rather little attention in the ongoing negotiations. The reality appears to be that such issues on the details could not be considered or at least devoted enough attention, given that states adopt very different positions in regards to more fundamental questions regarding marine genetic resources, such as whether they are the common heritage of humankind, or whether any benefits arising from their utilization should be subject to a monetary benefit sharing regime. And the only provision in the revised draft text which might be relevant is the bracketed Article 9.2 on the slide. And this is a rather interesting provision which provides that due regard shall be given to coastal states where the same MGRs of areas beyond national jurisdiction are also found in areas within national jurisdiction. But I would find this provision highly problematic since the existence of the same MGRs in itself should not provide a basis for coastal states to have any rights or interests. So this provision is rather problematic than being helpful in addressing the issue of marine genetic resources on the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And on the other issue of area-based management tools, including MPAs, it is, first of all, still uncertain what kind of mechanism the BBNJ agreement will contain. However, it is almost certain that the BBNJ agreement will provide for some kind of mechanism for the promotion of the establishment of MPAs in areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is intended to contribute to the holistic management of biodiversity. And the establishment of an MPA in or on the high seas above the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles is not in itself inconsistent with the rights that coastal states have over their continental shelves, at least to the extent that such measures are for the high seas regime or under the high seas regime. However, as the continental shelf activities are usually conducted from the water column, using ships or platforms, the designation of an MPA in the superadjacent area raises issues concerning the relationship between the measures adopted under the BBNJ agreement and sovereign rights and jurisdiction of coastal states over their continental shelf. And as a starting point for our consideration here, it should be emphasized that this is by no means a new issue. And as mentioned in the outset, the continental shelf has always coincided with another legal regime in the superadjacent water column. And we all know that UNCLOS envisages that other states' activities under the high seas regime or the EEZ regime could take place in the same area as the coastal states' continental shelf activities. And in this regard, we have Article 78, Para 2, which uses the terms must not infringe or result in any unjustifiable interference with navigation and other rights and freedoms of other states that are exercised in the superadjacent area. So we have this provision in UNCLOS governing the sort of the classic relationship between the two regimes. And when we look at the draft treaty text of the BBNJ agreement, the provision relating to this issue is Article 15.4. And this provision has its origins in proposals relating to the horizontal relationship between the area within and beyond national jurisdiction. However, this provision has also been referred to in regard to the context of the vertical relationship between the high seas and the area. I'm sorry, there is a rather large earthquake in my region. Let me see if I can continue or not.
Wow, I hope you're fine.
So.
Oh my God.
Oh, I think I'm fine. Am I still connected?
Yes.
You're still connected. Are you speaking from Sendai or Tokyo?
Yes, I'm speaking from Sendai. Just a rather big earthquake on my hand, but I think it's just past now. So I'm just continue with the discussion. So I was talking about Article 15.4. This was based on the concerns of coastal states in regard to the horizontal relationship between areas within and beyond national jurisdiction. And the provision consists of three elements. And the first is the obligation not to undermine coastal states' measures. The second is to have due regard for rights, duties, and interests of all states. And the third is an obligation to undertake consultations. And the third element could be tackled first. This can be considered as a logical consequence of the obligation to have due regard, although it may go further than what is strictly required by the obligation to have due regard, because it categorically requires a consultation in some cases. And this is, I think, what goes beyond what has been suggested, for example, by the arbitral tribunal in the Chagos MPA case.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I hope time. Yeah. Okay, you don't need to worry about it, and I hope I wish you all the best. Yes. Right. Okay. So once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Nishimoto, and I wish you all the best. Well, okay, and we have about we started about 3 minutes later than scheduled, and so I think we have about 15 minutes. I don't know. No, we don't have 15 minutes. We have just 6 or 7 minutes. Well, so first of all, there were some questions put to Professor Afriancia. So, Professor Afriancia?
Yes.
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 Right.
I'm here.
So, well, we don't have enough time, but can you briefly address the questions put to you.
Yes, okay. So I think I would like to respond to a question from Tukpam. I think we're not that soft because we actually sent a diplomatic protest to Beijing, where before our ambassador actually was summoned in Beijing to explain about our drilling activity at our continental shelf. And then actually the Chinese sent their survey vessel, and then at that time we protest, and then the Chinese and then protested in a formal way of sending their diplomatic note, and we're still doing our drilling activity because we are we are convinced that that is our territory, our jurisdictional territory, where we have also a clear boundary delimitation, especially continental shelf with Vietnam. And as for Mas Taufik, yes, I guess that is the responsibility of the coastal state, because when there are other states who lay their submarine cables and pipelines, they actually have to approval with the coastal state, and then the coastal state will have to update the map of this infrastructure to the IMO, to updating the international map for navigation. And as for Sharifa Nora, as for the compliance mechanism, I guess this is something quite challenging, because sometimes these infrastructures which is no longer used or beyond repair, it's sometimes is also more expensive to decommission or to remove. This is something that I need to look further, to talk to a few person in the ministry, to whether this abandoned infrastructure would create another problem for the government. I think that's all, personally, for my responses. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Well, when it comes to Taufik's question, well, I'd like to refer him or her to Article 113 to well, 115. There you can find some provisions relating to the damage done to the pipelines and cables. Right. And well, I think there was a question put by Commander Samada. Right. Okay. And I wonder whether you can address this question, or maybe I can invite Professor James Kraska to address this question.
Yes, King Guan, what's the question?
What's the legal basis for laying seabed sensors and cables in the areas beyond national jurisdiction to detect submarines? Right.
So I think that a number of states have already done this. The United States, as well as Japan and other countries in East Asia, reports that China has done so as well. So it would be considered a high seas freedom, I think, under most analysts.
Yes, thank you, Professor Kraska. Right, I think it belongs to the freedom of the high seas, and at the same time, there is tendency for the law of the sea take a more, let's say, lenient approach to the military uses of the sea. So in certain respects, so maybe you can take into consideration that factor as well. And as far as the U.S. is concerned, well, that U.S. is engaged in systems like the sound surveillance system, and so they engage in the activities that was pointed out by a person who put the question. Thank you for the question. And I think there was exchange between Professor Afriancia and Dr. Honibar. Okay, so looks like that we have covered addressed all the questions put to the speakers. And okay, are there some more questions? No, okay, right. So I think we have just about 5 minutes, and I wonder whether some members of the audience would like to make comments or put questions. Professor Long, please.
Yeah, just maybe thank you very much, Professor Lee. I really enjoyed the panel, and I would just perhaps take up some of the issues Kentaro was addressing. And of course, this is a hugely contentious issue at the BBNJ fourth session of the Intergovernmental Conference, which is currently underway at UNHQ. Yesterday evening, PSIDS had a side event at UNHQ on this particular issue. It is something which will have to be resolved before there is a degree of consensus amongst the participants. It's one of the break issues for many delegations. And of course, as Kentaro pointed out in his presentation, there are aspects of the 1982 convention which are unsuitable for application to the MGRs. And MGRs is one of the strands for these negotiations. So this issue is going to have to be resolved before we have a BBNJ agreement. And that's why I would be very keen that Kentaro would be able maybe perhaps to join us tomorrow morning just to point the way, because I know there are certain delegates that are joining us from UNHQ for this particular paper this evening from Kentaro. It's a key issue because there are in excess of 80 states with submissions under Article 76 of the Convention for extended continental shelf beyond 200 miles. So that's a very high proportion. I think we have in excess of maybe 150 states, which are coastal states. So a very high proportion of those states have extended continental shelf. And of course, this is where the BBNJ agreement interrelates with coastal state jurisdiction under the parent convention, that is to say, the Law of the Sea Convention. So it's a great topic to be discussing at the conference this evening. And of course, we wish Kentaro safety and all his colleagues in Japan as well. Thank you very much, Professor Lee.
Thank you very much for providing this very, let's say, very relevant information. And while we are dealing with a subject which is just happening at the moment, and well, as you said that, I hope that Professor Nishimoto will join us tomorrow's session dealing with BBNJ. Okay, and are there any questions, comments? Well, I think due to our schedule and Judge Haidar is waiting to deliver his keynote speech, so I think we'll have to stop here. And I'd like to once again express my sincere thanks to the 12 wonderful speakers. We have learned a great deal from their wonderful presentation. And well, again, we wish all the best to Professor Nishimoto and the Japanese people. And well, Professor Nishimoto, he is teaching at the University of Tohoku University, which is located in Sendai, which was affected by the horrible earthquake 11 years ago. And so March 11th marked the 11th anniversary of this very tragic event. So we can see that this tragedy is still ongoing. And so again, fingers crossed that he and his family will be fine. Okay, and on that note, and I have to close this session. And once again, thank you very much for our speakers and all the participants. And especially, I'd like to express my thanks to the audience who have joined us from all over the world. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to hand over the floor to our MC. Thank you. Bye now.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for moderating the session. And I think it was very informative and facilitating exchange regarding the uses of claims and continental shelf. We are moving on to the final keynote address for today. We are pleased to welcome Judge Thomas Hyder, Vice President of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, to deliver the keynote speech. Let me briefly introduce the speaker. Thomas Hyder is the Vice President of International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. He has been the judge of the tribunal since 2014 and was the President of the UNCLOS Chamber for Fisheries Dispute from 2017 to 2020. He is a member of UNCLOS Special Chamber in the dispute concerning delimitation of maritime boundary between Mauritius and Maldives in the Indian Ocean. From 1996 to 2014, Thomas Hyder served as a legal advisor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Iceland, attaining the rank of ambassador. Judge Hyder is also the Director of Law of the Sea Institute of Iceland and the co-director and lecturer of the Rhodes Academy of Ocean Law and Policy. He also lectures at University College London, Queen Mary University of London, the British Institute of International and Comparative Law, USO Academy, and taught Law of the Sea at the United Nations Regional Course in International Law in Ethiopia. Judge Thomas, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me first thank James Kraska very kindly for his invitation to me to give a keynote speech at this 45th annual conference, COLP. And I also want to thank all the co-hosts and sponsors for all their organization of this wonderful conference. It is no small accomplishment to organize a substantial conference year after year for such a long time, and which contributes a lot to the rule of law in the oceans. And the pioneers, my friends, John Norton Moore and Myron Nordquist, deserve a lot of praise. And I'm happy to see that, to use a continental shelf jargon, that we have found a natural prolongation in James Kraska and the Stockton Center to continue with this important conference in the years to come. Before turning to the topic of my keynote today, let me echo the very thoughtful comments made earlier by my colleague Judge Peck in his keynote regarding the serious situation in Europe today. I agree very much with him that the overwhelming reaction by states and the general public as well gives hope in these dire times. It has certainly never been more important to respect and uphold the rule of law in international relations as it is today. Now, I will focus on issues that have not been addressed by other panelists on this continental shelf panel. So I will be focusing on disputes concerning delimitation or delineation of the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And my focus will be on jurisdictional aspects. I will primarily be discussing cases concerning delimitation of the extended continental shelf, because there have already been some court cases in that field. And I will then make a few comments on disputes regarding delineation, where there have been so far no court cases. During the third Law of the Sea Conference in 1978, to be precise, it was estimated that about 35 coastal states would have an entitlement to a continental shelf beyond 200 miles and would accordingly make a submission to the CLCS, the Commission. Since then, there has been significant scientific advancement in this area, and now 40 years later or more, the continental shelf and its outer limits are much better understood than at the time. It should therefore not come as a surprise that to date, no less than 75 states, so much more than 35 states, 75 states have made in total 90 submissions to the CLCS, and more are expected. In light of this high number of submissions, there is obviously potential for disputes between states concerning the delineation of the outer limits of the continental shelf beyond 200 miles, which is the limits between the continental shelf and the international seabed area, or the area. In areas that are subject to overlapping claims to an extended continental shelf by 2 or more states with either opposite or adjacent coasts, there is also potential for disputes regarding the delimitation or division of the shelf between them. It should be highlighted that the processes of delimitation on the one hand and delineation on the other hand are distinct. The former governed by Article 83 and the latter by Article 76 of the Convention. However, what both of these processes have in common is that the coastal states concerned need to demonstrate that they have entitlement to a continental shelf beyond 200 miles for either delimitation or delineation to take place. When disputes concerning either the delimitation or delineation of an extended continental shelf are submitted to courts and tribunals under UNCLOS, questions of jurisdiction may arise. While there have already been a few court cases addressing the delimitation of the continental shelf beyond 200 miles, so far there has been no case regarding delineation. So let me first deal with disputes concerning delimitation. Article 83 of the Convention provides that the delimitation of the continental shelf between states with opposite or adjacent coasts shall be effected by agreement between the states. If no agreement can be reached, however, within a reasonable period of time, the states concerned shall resort to the dispute settlement procedures provided for in Part 15 of the Convention. It should be noted that the optional exceptions to compulsory procedures under Article 298 of UNCLOS include disputes concerning Article 83. So states may opt out in cases of, for example, continental shelf delimitation. However, in case of opting out, there is compulsory conciliation under Annex 5, Section 2, and the one example to date of such situation is the Timor-Leste Australia case, which was eventually solved through conciliation. In cases where concerning the delimitation of the extended continental shelf between states with opposite or adjacent coasts, questions regarding jurisdiction may arise. The key question is, does the court or tribunal have jurisdiction to delimit the extended shelf? And if so, will it exercise that jurisdiction? The issue here is whether the parties have established an entitlement to an extended continental shelf, that is, a continental margin extending beyond 200 miles. In this context, the following questions may be of relevance. First, have the relevant coastal states made submissions to the CLCS in accordance with Article 76? Second, is there any other alternative evidence of entitlement available? Have the coastal states given their consent to the CLCS examining each other's submissions? If so, has the CLCS considered the submissions and made recommendations to the coastal states? If so, have the coastal states established final and binding outer limits on the basis of the recommendations of the CLCS? It should be noted that when the CLCS considers a submission of a coastal state, it first applies the so-called test of appurtenance to determine whether the outer edge of the continental margin extends beyond 200 miles, that is, whether there is entitlement to an extended continental shelf. Now, looking at the jurisprudence and starting with the first relevant case, the Bangladesh-Myanmar case of 2012, it was not only the first maritime delimitation case dealt with by UNCLOS, it was also the first case where an international court or tribunal delimits a continental shelf beyond 200 miles. Both parties, Bangladesh and Myanmar, had made submissions to the CLCS, but not given their consent to the Commission examining each other's submissions. The tribunal emphasized the concept of a single continental shelf without any distinction made between the shelf within 200 miles and the shelf beyond that limit, and found that it had jurisdiction to delimit the continental shelf in its entirety. The tribunal furthermore found that it was appropriate to exercise that jurisdiction in this case, although the CLCS had not yet considered the two submissions due to the impasse I mentioned before. The tribunal noted that there is a clear distinction between the delimitation of the continental shelf under Article 83 and the delineation of its outer limits under Article 76. It observed that the exercise by international courts and tribunals of their jurisdiction regarding the delimitation of the continental shelf is without prejudice to the exercise by the Commission of its functions on matters related to the delineation of the outer limits of the continental shelf. Before proceeding to the delimitation of the extended continental shelf, in this case, the tribunal made an important clarification. It stated that it would have been hesitant to proceed with the delimitation of the area beyond 200 miles had it concluded that there was significant uncertainty as to the existence of a continental margin in the area in question. However, the tribunal noted that the Bay of Bengal presented a unique situation. As acknowledged in the course of negotiations at the third conference, there was a special solution on the outer limits of the continental shelf in the Bay of Bengal, and that it was satisfied that there is a continuous and substantial layer of sedimentary rocks extending beyond 200 nautical miles in the Bay of Bengal. For the purpose of comparison later with the recent judgment of the ICJ in the Somalia-Kenya case, I wish to highlight, which I will deal with later, I wish to highlight that the tribunal in Bangladesh, Myanmar, also clarified the legal status of the so-called gray areas. A gray area arises in maritime delimitation between states with adjacent coasts whenever a delimitation line deviates from an equidistant line. In this case, a relatively small gray area was the consequence, practical consequence, of the adjustment of the provisional equidistance line in favor of Bangladesh, which was required to achieve an equitable solution, which is the ultimate goal of Article 83, as you know. The gray area is within 200 miles from Myanmar and beyond 200 miles from Bangladesh, but on Bangladesh's side of the delimitation line for the continental shelf. The tribunal explained that in the gray area, Bangladesh has continental shelf rights with respect to the seabed and subsoil, and Myanmar EEC rights with respect to superadjacent waters. Thus, there is an overlay of Bangladesh's continental shelf rights and Myanmar's EEC rights in the area. The situation in the Bangladesh-India case was quite similar to the one in the earlier Bay of Bengal case, Bangladesh-Myanmar. The arbitral tribunal in this case found, on similar grounds as UNCLOS in the latter case, that it had jurisdiction to delimit the continental shelf in its entirety, and that it was appropriate to exercise that jurisdiction in this case. As in the other case, a gray area was also the practical consequence of the adjustment of the provisional equidistance line, in this case, in favor of Bangladesh, and the arbitral tribunal referred to UNCLOS findings in this respect. The Nicaragua-Colombia 1 case concerned Nicaragua's claim for delimitation of a continental shelf extending beyond 200 miles in the maritime area between the two parties. It should be noted that while Nicaragua is a state party to the convention, Colombia is not. Nicaragua had only submitted preliminary information to the CLCS, but had not yet made a fully fledged submission in accordance with Article 76 of UNCLOS. The ICJ therefore found that a continental margin extending beyond 200 nautical miles had not been established by Nicaragua. Consequently, the court was not in a position to delimit the boundary between the extended continental shelf claimed by Nicaragua and the continental shelf of Colombia. The court thus concluded in the 2012 judgment that Nicaragua's claim could not be upheld. When the ICJ dealt with the Nicaragua-Colombia 2 case 4 years later, and this case regarded preliminary objections by Colombia to the jurisdiction of the court, Nicaragua had, in the meantime, made a full submission to the CLCS. Colombia raised several preliminary objections, including that, as the court had already adjudicated on Nicaragua's requests in its judgment in 2012, the principle of res judicata barred the court from examining those requests. In a very split decision, where the president had to cast a second vote, the majority of the court rejected this objection as it did not consider that the claim had been definitely settled in the 2012 judgment. In this judgment, the 2016 judgment, the court referred to the fact that Nicaragua had, since the 2012 judgment, provided the CLCS with final information and stated that the condition for being able to examine the claim by Nicaragua had been fulfilled. It should be noted that the ICJ is yet to render a judgment in this case on the merits. Turning now to the Ghana-Cote d'Ivoire case that was actually discussed earlier in this panel, both parties, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, had made submissions to the CLCS. The UNCLOS Special Chamber stated at the outset that it could delimit the continental shelf beyond 200 miles only if such a shelf existed, and added that there was no doubt about it in the present case. The Special Chamber explained that Ghana had already received affirmative recommendations, positive recommendations from the CLCS, and completed the procedure before the Commission under Article 76. Although Cote d'Ivoire had not yet received any recommendations from the CLCS, the Special Chamber had no doubt that a continental shelf beyond 200 miles existed also for Cote d'Ivoire, since its geological situation is identical to that of Ghana, for which affirmative recommendations of the CLCS exist. The Special Chamber therefore found that it had jurisdiction to decide on the delimitation of the continental shelf beyond 200 miles between the parties, and that their relevant claims were admissible. I now turn to the most recent judgment in this area, the judgment by the ICJ in the Somalia-Kenya case. Both of the parties originally, both of them had made submissions to the CLCS, and originally they had filed an objection to consideration by the Commission, the CLCS, of the other's submission. But these objections by the parties were subsequently withdrawn. So the CLCS was given a green light to consider those submissions. But at the time of the judgment, the CLCS had not yet actually made any recommendations to the parties. The ICJ noted that both parties had fulfilled their obligations under Article 76 of UNCLOS, but that the CLCS had yet to consider their submissions and make recommendations to Somalia and to Kenya regarding the outer limits of their continental shelves. The court added that it is only after such recommendations are made that Somalia and Kenya can establish final and binding outer limits of their continental shelves in accordance with Article 76, paragraph 8 of UNCLOS. The court emphasized that the lack of delineation of the outer limit of the continental shelf is not in and of itself an impediment to its delimitation between states with adjacent coasts, as is the case here. In this context, the court referred to the statement of the tribunal in Bangladesh, Myanmar, that the exercise by international courts and tribunals of their jurisdiction regarding the delimitation of the continental shelf is without prejudice to the exercise by the Commission of its functions on matters related to the delineation of the outer limits of the continental shelf. The ICJ observed that the entitlements of the parties to the continental shelf beyond 200 miles are to be determined by reference to the outer edge of the continental margin, to be ascertained in accordance with Article 76, paragraphs 4 and 5 of UNCLOS. It stated that the entitlement of a state to an extended continental shelf thus depends on geological and geomorphological criteria subject to the constraints set out in Article 76, paragraph 5, the maximum limits. The court further stated that an essential step in any delimitation is to determine whether there are entitlements and whether those entitlements overlap. The court held that the situation in the present case, the Somalia-Kenya case, was not the same as that addressed by the tribunal in the Bangladesh-Myanmar case. In the latter case, the unique situation in the Bay of Bengal and the negotiation record at the third conference, which threw a particular light upon the parties' contentions on the subject, had been sufficient to enable the tribunal in the Bangladesh-Myanmar case to proceed with the delimitation of the area beyond 200 miles. The ICJ noted that in their submissions to the CLCS, both Somalia and Kenya claim on the basis of scientific evidence a continental shelf beyond 200 miles, and that their claims overlap. It also noted that in most of the area of overlapping claims beyond 200 miles, both parties claim that their continental shelf extends to a maximum distance of 350 miles. It further noted that neither party questioned the existence of the other party's entitlement to a continental shelf beyond 200 miles or the extent of that claim. Rather, their dispute concerned the boundary delimiting the shelf between them. The ICJ observed that both parties had requested it to limit the maritime boundary between them in the Indian Ocean up to the outer limit of the continental shelf. It stated that for the reasons set out above, those reasons I have just mentioned, the court will proceed to do so. So the court basically decided to delimit the extended continental shelf between Somalia and Kenya on these grounds. The court concluded that the maritime boundary beyond 200 miles continues along the same geodetic line as the adjusted line within 200 miles until it reaches the outer limits of the parties' continental shelves, which are to be delineated by Somalia and Kenya, respectively, on the basis of the recommendations to be made by the Commission, or until it reaches the area where the rights of third states may be affected. Finally, the court addressed the situation of the gray area, and it is quite revealing to compare its statements on the gray area with the findings in the two Bay of Bengal cases. While UNCLOS and the arbitral tribunal in the Bay of Bengal cases were clear and unequivocal in their findings, the ICJ in the Somalia-Kenya case merely speaks of the possibility of a gray area. The court stated as follows: depending on the extent of Kenya's entitlement to a continental shelf beyond 200 miles, as it may be established in the future on the basis of the Commission's recommendation, the delimitation line might give rise to an area of limited size located beyond 200 miles from the coast of Kenya and within 200 miles from the coast of Somalia, but on the Kenyan side of the delimitation line, the so-called gray area. Since the existence of this gray area is only a possibility, the court said, the court does not consider it necessary in the circumstances of the present case to pronounce itself on the legal regime that would be applicable in that area. There's quite a contrast in the way UNCLOS and the Arbitral Tribunal in the Bay of Bengal cases addressed the gray area and how the ICJ in Somalia, Kenya does so. The ICJ's decision on the delimitation of the continental shelf beyond 200 miles was supported by 9 judges, but 5 judges voted against. Interestingly, in her separate opinion, President Donoghue, although voting with the majority, expressed concerns regarding the court's decision to delimit the continental shelf beyond 200 miles in the circumstances of this case. Judge Donoghue's, or President Donoghue's hesitation about the court's decision, in her own words, stems from the fact that the court has scant evidence regarding the existence, shape, extent, and continuity of any outer continental shelf that might appertain to the parties. The court is not well positioned to identify, even approximately, any area of overlapping entitlement, and thus to arrive at an equitable delimitation of any area of overlap. President Donoghue stated that this case was entirely different from other cases in which a tribunal had delimited the outer continental shelf to states, namely the 2 Bay of Bengal cases and the Ghana-Cote d'Ivoire case. She added that submissions by states to the CLCS are unilateral assertions made with a view towards maximizing the area of continental shelf that the state can claim. It cannot be assumed that the Commission will adopt any state submission, she said. President Donoghue concluded by stating that because the juridical basis for entitlement to outer continental shelf is entirely different from the basis for entitlement within 200 miles, it cannot be presumed that a line that achieves an equitable delimitation of the 200-mile zones will also result in equitable delimitation of overlapping areas of 2 states' outer continental shelf. And this is, in my view, quite a valid point. Judge Robinson, in his partly dissenting opinion, criticized the court's decision to proceed with delimitation beyond 200 nautical miles in this case. He stated that the distinction between delineation and delimitation was clear, and that it was equally clear that recommendations by the CLCS on the outer limit of the continental shelf do not constitute a necessary precondition for maritime delimitation by the court. However, he added that in order to carry out such a delimitation, the court must have reliable evidence confirming the existence of a continental shelf in the area beyond 200 nautical miles. He stated that the judgment reflected an awareness of this requirement, but that the court had nevertheless ignored it in its judgment. Judge Robertson stated that the judgment is bereft of even a scintilla of reliable evidence that the geological and geomorphological criteria, which the judgment itself refers to as being essential in the determination of state entitlements, have been met. He stated that the court had noted that in their submissions to the Commission, both Somalia and Kenya claim on the basis of scientific evidence a continental shelf beyond 200 miles, and that their claims overlap. However, in his view, this observation does not provide a sufficient basis for delimitation because nowhere in the judgment is there any reference to the content of this scientific evidence, and more importantly, nowhere in the judgment is there any analysis of that content to show that the court is satisfied that the necessary criteria have been met for the existence of a continental shelf beyond 200 miles. He stated that if the court relied on the submissions of the two states, it must explain why it found them persuasive. Such an explanation was all the more necessary, whereas in this case, the Commission had not yet made any recommendations on the submission of the parties. In Judge Robinson's view, the court has overvalued the volition of the parties and the fact that neither party questioned the existence of the other party's entitlements to a continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles, or the extent of that claim. In his words, this does not constitute a sufficient basis for delimitation in that area. He observed that by affecting a delimitation of a party's continental shelf beyond 200 miles without any reliable evidence of the existence of a shelf in that area, the court has effectively eliminated the important difference drawn by the convention between a coastal state's entitlement to a shelf within and beyond 200 miles. He finally stated that there is nothing in the judgment that comes close to the categoric findings in the Bay of Bengal cases as to the existence of a continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. Now, let me finally, in just a few minutes, deal with disputes concerning delineation. While obviously the aforementioned court cases have addressed the delimitation of the continental shelf beyond 200 miles, so far there has been no case regarding delineation, the determination of the outer limits of the continental shelf, the limits between the shelf and the area. Article 76.8 of UNCLOS provides that the limits of the continental shelf established by a coastal state on the basis of the recommendation of the CLCS shall be final and binding. Accordingly, if a coastal state establishes the outer limits of its continental shelf on the basis of the recommendations of the Commission, they are final and binding, which means that they may not be contested by other states. They are, in other words, opposable to other states. Consequently, if a coastal state does not establish the outer limits on the basis of the recommendations of the Commission, but somehow differently, they may be contested by other states, and a dispute may arise between states on the outer limits. The question arises whether courts and tribunals would have jurisdiction over such disputes. There is no indication in the Convention that disputes concerning the interpretation or application of Article 76 and Annex 2 have been exempted from the dispute settlement procedures of Part 15 of the Convention. It should also be noted that the optional exceptions to compulsory procedures under Article 298, which do mention delimitation disputes, Article 83, do not include disputes concerning delineation. So it seems that such disputes may not be exempted from Part 15, dispute settlement mechanism. Disputes concerning the interpretation or application of Article 76 would include, for example, a dispute on whether or not a coastal state has established the outer limits of its continental shelf on the basis of recommendations of the Commission. This would be a classic case of treaty interpretation. What does on the basis of mean? But future jurisprudence of courts and tribunals will have to clarify whether and to what extent disputes between states concerning the interpretation of the substantive provisions of Article 76, for example, the formulas and the maximum limits, or the application by a coastal state of these provisions, will be subject to the dispute settlement procedures of the Convention. By way of conclusion, it may be noted that questions concerning entitlement to an extended continental shelf in relation to either delimitation or delineation disputes may involve complex factual and scientific issues, which may make it necessary to have recourse to scientific or technical experts. One such option, which is yet to be tested, yet to be used, is contained in Article 289 of the Convention. This provision enables courts and tribunals to involve 2 or more scientific or technical experts, either at the request of a party or proprio motu, in any dispute involving scientific or technical matters. These experts then sit with the court or tribunal and participate in the deliberations of the case, but without the right to vote. In my view, this option may have considerable potential in this area and in other scientifically complex areas within the law of the sea, many of which you will be addressing during this conference. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, George Thomas Hyder, for the impactful and very detailed keynote address. With that, I think we can conclude the day 1 of the conference on ocean law and policy, UNCLOS at 40. Thank you once again for the moderators, speakers, and the participant, and also audience, and all the panelists who have allocated a substantial time to participate in the first day of the conference, and hope to see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Malaysian time, and also 6 p.m. At New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye now. Bye-bye.